Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第340天。It is today 340. Got 3 things to cover today. Got scared and locked yourself in a bathroom. Dog barking is good. Yeah. Police are here at the door talking to us now. Oh, well, hopefully you find some solace and comfort and some details on that. Stay safe. All right. Oh. Vomit. I dropped the right hand yesterday too. What was it? I'm still dropping it. And see, not that. Is it thread? No, it's not thread. Snake skin, right? The thing was made of snake skin. Gotta work on it. This is splendid. And Mung. Fierce. So splendid satchel or splendid scabbard, right? Made of snake skin, and then the annoying little rich kid throwing things around with his spoiled poodle. The number skills pays off. You've only done it for a day. Wouldn't know yet. Wouldn't know yet. Just like your sleep schedule. You remember their number plates partially when you passed their car going home earlier? Oh, your number skill. Oh, your number plate thing. Oh. Your number skills. I guess. I don't think you practice those number skills. Alright, lesson.
揣摩
more. Let's see. More. So to rub out something. Let's try. Finger? Conjecture and then rub out. Okay. Well, it's good that you know their license plate, I suppose.
揣摩
Speaking of to try to figure out.
倒霉
Tumble, collapse, fall over. May. Mildew? They have bad luck, huh? Topple, mildew. That certainly sounds bad. Topple over into a bunch of mildew.
倒霉
Oh, come on. I just gotta write bad luck here. Okay.
威折
微者. That's using might to fear. Might to create fear. At least you should be able to sleep tonight. You probably will because you think you will. Just like yesterday when you think you won't and you didn't. Confirmation bias is one heck of a drug.
微者
微者
匿名
匿名 Ni is hide, Ming, hide name. Helicopters? Interesting. So the person's at large. Or the persons.
匿名
Ming.
一声不吭
一声不吭 One sound but not uttered. Not sure. One voice not uttered. Okay, that's fine. How did they phrase it? To not utter a word? Maybe like to not say something. That's fine. To remain silent. Right.
揣摩倒霉微者
That's gonna be rough. Knee's thing is not that great.
匿名
匿名
一声不吭
Okay.
揣测
揣测 conjecture, 测 plan or calculate or measure, sure. So speculate, pretty good. Or to conjecture. Barrier.
揣测戳破
戳破 jab, like jab and then break it. Puncture. Kind of more of a stabbing jab than a jab with the blunt fist or something like that. Jabby jabby.
戳破吭声
铿声 utter voice. Okay. 声
吭声发霉
发霉 is throw mildew to become mildewed. Okay. Or just send out mildew or something. Yep. Complimentary.
发霉 吹
Mildewed.
口哨
吹口哨 blow whistle or to whistle. 吹口哨
吹口哨
Shaw is a weak one. Standing alone.
揣测 吹口哨，吭声，
Okay.
戳破，发霉，
Get our bearings here.
拼，
Ping. Oh, we're gonna get ping pong. Ping pong or ping pong. It might be ping pong. This is the other half of ping pong. And it's ping. Yep. Yeah, ping pong 球. Yep. 1-1. Ping pong 球. I don't think I've ever seen. I don't have any other use for these two characters actually. Ping pong 球. Alright. Pinocchio is in front of the English manor on the immaculate lawn playing ping pong. He plays against the rich kids on top of a large mound that has the ping pong table on top. Pinocchio is on the left side and drops the ball to serve. Each time they hit it back and forth, Pinocchio hits and makes a ping noise. No, I mean, it's ping. Can't recognize other than that.
乒乓，
Pong. Yeah, ping pong. And Patrick is playing on the other side of the net with Pinocchio, I guess. It's good that they use both pong and pong. Yeah, ping pong. Alright.
乓，
It's a little confusing. But that's
我
fine. Whoa, a big boat. Man, we have light boats, small boats. There's a big boat? Is this a ship? Okay, it's a ship. Okay. Oh, also worked earlier, turned out okay. You likely just didn't get enough to eat. You spent the first hour trying to keep your eyes open. I see. Well, that's good. Sounds like you found a band-aid. Bart Simpson is into. Oh, do you look like Ball? You kind of look like Ball. Not really. White isn't that ball heavy, is it? Although we do have a few balls with white. I guess, yeah. It's crazy. 4 balls in a row. And then we probably hold it off with Pa. Pai is just an exception. Okay. And there's also Pai, which we ran over. Yeah, Pai ended up looking like Bo. So we gotta keep Pa and Pai on lockdown here. Next to the Bo. The Bo gang. Alright. And that concludes your 3-day work experiment for this winter. The lead of that department seemed happy with how you did. Oh, I see. Work experience, sorry. 3-day work experience. That's kind of short. Bart Simpson's inside the lobby of the office building once again. Oh, where he marred a big boat. Where he has put a big boat as a prank. It is entirely white, and Bart Simpson wears predominantly white sailor clothes as he sits on top of the big ship that takes up the entire lobby. Office workers who are blocked from the elevator due to the big ship yell at Bart to move. It collaborates with Bo, the other one, to more watercraft. Oh. That type of craft. Yeah. Huh. Chuang Bo. Yeah, watercraft. Not crafting with water, just craft that's on water.
我
And big boats.
掺
Chan to mix? Oh, you no, do you kind of? Yeah, you look like. Oh no, you don't look. You look like Han, not Chun. Oh, Chun. Interesting. I wonder if Chan Hun Chan, maybe? Chan Hun? No. Chan Da? I don't know if it's yet. Do I? No. Sadly short on time and most people are taking time off after Friday. Last time was most of July. Okay. I see. Alright. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's look at our triple elbows. So I feel like Shrek is competing for the triple elbow category. Triple elbows. Triple ones are pretty rare. So we have Tan, right? Tan. We also have Tan, pretty sure. Tan. Tan. And then we recently had Shun. Shun. But now we have Chan. Is that all for the triple elbows? Oh, no more triple elbows. Alright. Alright. Make sure I don't type Tan instead of Chan. Okay, to mix. Alright, Charlie Brown is in the front of the pawn shop wearing an upside down umbrella that lies on the patchy lawn. Him and Snoopy toss a bunch of fingers and hair that they bought inside the pawn shop into the umbrella. Then Charlie Brown mixes the weird mixture with an elbow that... Okay, alright, this isn't going anywhere. We're gonna have to do something about that. We could use carrot instead. Nah. Are there patterns between radicals and readings? Yes, there are. We already kind of shared this before. There are four different types of... There are often different types of radicals. Radicals can be pictorial. They can carry read. They can be complementary in meaning. And then most of them are combos of these. So that applies to both Japanese and Chinese. And also you don't need to know that because you should make these associations anyways. If you were thinking about the characters, you should anyway be able to make the connections yourself. Charlie Brown is in front of the pawn shop and we have umbrella, fingers, hair, elbow. Okay. It's kind of hard. Huh. I just realized he doesn't have that much hair. Charlie Brown. Okay, Charlie Brown is in front of the pawn shop, exiting, having acquired a neat little umbrella. Unfortunately, it started to pour. Unfortunately, it suddenly started to rain heavily. And the umbrella was too small to keep the rain from mixing and messing mixing, I guess, mixing and messing. Not the greatest. Mixing with his fingers, hair and elbows. Wait, we do have to, these are all parts, so we have to make his clumsy fingers, straggly hair, or you straggly. Starting to make up English words. I don't know how to spell straggly. That works. Straggly and I don't know, dinky elbows. All right, we tried. No, we don't have saw yet.
搀主
Lean on. Can this be a how? Or it could be a rely. What was a good rely? T. Oh, it could be just against something. So like a position or something. Or direction. Ooh. You do look like a jewel though. So here's an example. Candlestick has a jewel in it. So jewel. And then occasionally there's a wang. But all of these are jewels in different tones. So this character, this radical and character, they're both word and character, all carries the jewel, with a few exceptions, of course. But in this case, this only has one exception. What does this carry in Japanese? Shu. 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 Yes. She. Yeah, she. Or shu. I'm starting to get the sound mixed up in isolation. Okay. Anyways. George Costanza is in the basement of the house where he is next to a gigantic candlestick. Once again, warming up. So basically, George Costanza is always messing with candlesticks. That's kind of how one could also attach the mnemonics to the read and understand what character, what radicals get associated with which character. Then it becomes very obvious because it's always George Costanza with the candlestick. It's nearly always him with the candlestick, which is the same as saying that this character in radical carries the sound most of the time. George Costanza is in the basement of the house where he is next to a gigantic candlestick warming up. Sure. Next to him is a gigantic... Okay. Why did you have to go there? So George Costanza is in... Leans on it to prevent it from falling. George is in the basement of the house. Trying to keep warm by leaning and placing his fingers next to the candlestick. Placing his clumsy, stocky fingers next to the candlesticks. Unfortunately, he accidentally leaned too much and knocked the candlestick over. George is our clumsy guy, but unintentionally clumsy, or possibly intentionally clumsy, more from action. Goofy is the one that's unfortunate. To be overly full. I don't have Chung yet. Chang? I don't have Chang either. Just got Zhu. Ooh. Wow. That's a lot of things. Oh, wait, we do have Chung. Actually, that's just to prop up. And then Chang, yeah, the intestines. To be overly full. To prop up, lean on abdomen. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, yeah, we don't have abdomen yet. Hara? Is that Hara? Looks like Hara. Yeah, we don't have Hara yet. Have your intestines lean and prop up against your abdomen. Full. Yep, that's when your stomach gets really, really big and it creates the mechanoreceptors and it presses against your intestines. Overly full. Full. Okay.
拼主我夯
Okay.
掺
Alright, next one. Bay. Oh, that's Okami, alright. Bay. Got this really early. Legendary Wolf. How'd you get from Bay to... Wait, what is I don't actually remember what the Onyomi is. They'll come back. So Bay. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay, playing with a sandy legendary wolf and poodle he found on the beach. He puts them both in the bathtub and throws a tasty shellfish in the middle, and the legendary wolf takes out the poodle and eats the shellfish himself. Bart simply stares on sand saying, "Wow, cool." Next, the legendary wolf jumps out of the bathtub and chases Bart, biting at his swim shorts. That's actually kind of... That's fine. In a difficult position. Lung Bei. What the heck? Wave? Legendary wolf? Oh no, and it's... Oh, okay, it's double wolf. Oh wait, now I realize... Oh no, that isn't Okami. No, this isn't Okami. The other one is. Oh no. Oh, that's kind of mean, actually. How often do you prefer to write your own notes? Whenever I don't feel like I can... Whenever I feel like I can do a better job. Sometimes it's good enough, sometimes it's not. Kind of a feel. Hold the phone. Dang. I didn't know there were two of these. Yeah, I don't think... What is the... What is it? Oh, roll. This is roll. Yeah, this is roll. This is the Okami I was talking about. Lang is raw. Wow. Wait, then hang on. Let me type in wolf for Japanese. Oh, wow, it's very different. Does this character even exist? Interesting. Oh, here it is. Oh, it is wolf. Yeah, Japanese also has this, but it's not used in conjunction with wolf. Be flurried. How old is this? This has got to be an archaic thing. Oh, consternation. Oh, okay. We'll probably have to add that to the Chinese side at some point. That makes sense for the difficult position. Panic, falling into panic, fluster, confusion, and dismay. Okay. So it's actually coming from this one. Not this one. Interesting. Neat. So I think we're just gonna add that now. Confusion, dismay, panic. Do we want to add it into it? Probably. So, Bart Simpson, bathroom, beach house. He was observing a wolf was playing with a wolf and poodle. Doesn't have to be in the bathtub, but in the bathtub, right, through a shellfish. You watch them fight over it. Wolf takes out the poodle and consumes the shellfish. Then obviously Bart thought it was cool, right? Wow, cool. In a fit of confusion, the wolf starts chasing Bart and biting at him. Bart runs in a panic. Okay. All right. Hey.
备战
John. Good dip. You look like a John. The bottle doesn't help. Nor does the turkey. No, this is gonna be a tough one. Turkey is probably most prominent. I think there is a John with a bottle though, or a James Bond bottle thing. Oh no, but it's Jung. Dang it. That's right. Okay. Nope, we're on our own on this one. Lots of characters though. Lots of radicals and characters. James Bond is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he's come across a turkey in the corner that's messing with a secondhand burner. The turkey accidentally lights himself on fire, so James Bond takes out a bottle of vase of flowers and throw it on the turkey. It is not effective. James Bond grabs the turkey by its feet and repeatedly dips it into the dirty pawn shop toilet. Oh wait, he's in the bathroom to extinguish the flames. Afterwards, he dips the still flaming burner into the toilet too. Not sure how I feel about that. It's kind of hard to find a way to dip. And why he would be in the bathroom. How about, say, James Bond is in the bathroom of the pawn shop after acquiring. Oh wait, where are we gonna get the burn? That's fine. Acquiring a couple of materials for his preparing. Say acquiring and then preparing materials for his next mission. He prepared a bottle of toxins with a burner over a burner and dressed and dipped the turkey. He is the cooked turkey in the bottle of toxin. And some flowers for the banquet coming up. Okay. What actually is a pawn shop? You sell secondhand goods. A pawn shop is specifically a shop that only sells secondhand goods, but when you pawn something to a store and they resell it, that's a pawn. But there are shops that only do that. Technically, you pawn things off at other places too. Like if you go to a GameStop, technically if you sell your games back, you're pawning your game for something else. Or like a garage sale is technically pawning things too, but it's going in the reverse direction. Pawn shops can also qualify that you sell your jewelry. Like you need money, so you go to a pawn shop to sell your jewelry. You can also go sell it at a jeweler too, because a jeweler actually sells both jewelry and accept jewelry. But pawn shops are specifically where people exchange secondhand goods. I don't know if there's a British term. Like, I'm not entirely sure. British use a different word. Probably not. It's still pawn, yeah. Both Americans and British use the word pawn. Apparently there's an informal word. I didn't recognize the informal word. Like I didn't hear it in like British entertainment. Right? Oh, that makes sense. To dip in the sauce. The sauce. 酱姜 Man, 酱姜 That's
蘸
No, 酱 Oh my gosh. Anyways. Dip.
多
To tremble. We have another tremble. What was it? You've only heard those referred to as secondhand shops? Fair enough. Well, then you can call it a secondhand shop. That does look like a door. Less of a yi, more of a door. Definitely less of a jaw. Is duo the only double? Oh wait, it's not even Jewel. Which one's Jewel? Oh man. Anyways, Chu. Oh, I totally forgot about Chu. That's definitely a new one. Okay. I have another tremble, and I can't seem to recall the tremble. It's probably combined with that tremble. Let's find out. Nope. Swole. That is not the tremble I was thinking of. I guess we'll find out eventually. You guess it has the on thing you need to remember too. Oh yeah, in the hand. Yeah. Most of the mnemonics talk about secondhand goods with the pawn shop. So. Dumbledore is in front of the office building where he finds many office workers, okay, outside taking a smoke break. Wait, what was the duel one? I don't remember duel at all anymore. We don't really need duel. Duel was legacy. Dumbledore is in front of the office building, which of course filled with muggles. He raises his wand and casts a spell, turning the outside of the into a transparent glass so he can count how many office workers are. What? Okay. Sure. Now what is Dumbledore doing? Dumbledore is in front of the office building where he finds many office workers outside taking a smoke break. They all are scared of him, so much so that their mouths all tremble. Okay, Dumbledore, who is scared of muggles too, trembles as he runs down the parking lot trying to get it. Okay, that's not, we're not gonna go that. Dumbledore is in front of the office building, where he encounters many office workers. Sure, on a smoke break. A bit archaic, but on a smoke break. He notices a bunch of them trembling from, I don't know, I guess their muggle addictions to smoking to oral oral tobacco to mouth tobacco. So he utters some words and helps the many, utters some magic words and a wave of his wand to help with the trembling mouths. Okay. Okay.
多
Gotcha.
华
Hua? Crafty. We have another crafty as well. I wonder if it lines up with that. An adjective. Was it bo? Bo hua? Hua bo? Oh no, it's not. Crafty was oh, crafty was jiao, yeah. That's like 2 days ago. 叫 the crafty poodle, robotic poodle in the barn. Okay. The Hulk is inside the lobby of the auditorium. Do you look like a Hua? You do. You look like Slippery. Yep, Slippery. There it is. Hua. Despite Gu being the... Do we have another Hua coming up? No. So, alright. So we have Poodle and Water on Hua. Alright, the Hulk is inside the lobby of the auditorium where he's in charge of cleaning up a decorative dinosaur bone that is set up in the lobby. Okay. He has the crafty idea of bringing in a poodle who does it for him by licking the bone out of hunger. That's interesting, considering that the decorative dinosaur. He sits back counting the money he earned via crafty means as the poodle does all the work for him. I don't know how I feel about this. Cleaning up a decorative dino bone. Nah, gentle giant all the way. So Hulk is inside the auditorium. Helping out with cleaning up the premiere of the new Avengers film. And he thought it was a crafty idea to bring along a companion, a poodle companion, maybe like a super poodle. Oh wait, that could end up being a Superman thing. Not a super poodle companion to treat the poodle to all the leftover bones from the concession stand. How do you spell concession? That doesn't sound right. Dang, we're losing English words by the minute. Oh, it's spelled the same way? Oh, that's interesting. I thought it wasn't that word. Wow. I haven't ever realized it's concession. Interesting. Alright. Makes sense though.
Hua, gu.
Ghoul, you do look like a ghoul. Ghoul. Wait. To buy. Hold up. I think there's another one. Ghoul. Oh no. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Hold up. Was there a sell or merchant? What was shop? Pool? Oh, pool. Pool didn't use headstone, huh? Okay. Ghoul is definitely the dominant for tombstone. So yeah, like here's another example where this character is dominated by this reed. And in Japanese, gu is ko. So you'll have ko as the onyomi for a lot of these, anything that deals with this thing. Which is what Wanikani starts off with, actually. Monikani says whenever there's anything that deals with being old, you think of children, which is ko. So that's where they got their mnemonic association with ko. Oh, like being bitter and old. Ko. Or ku. There's ko and ku. But they belong to the same column. Alright. Buy. Or sell? Of course it's to buy or sell. Why am I not surprised? It's both buy and sell. Do you have an example? Oh no, they don't have an example of sell. Okay. I'm not surprised buy and sell is the same character. Or something very similar. Goofy is in front of the house on the lawn where he buys a headstone from a traveling salesman. Oh, it's in the front. Oh, that's good. That actually lines up specific. Oh, I thought it was Goo for a moment. Goo works. We have estimate. Okay. Where he buys a headstone from a traveling salesman. Goofy, being gullible, also buys special headstone cleaning spray, which he then uses on the headstone he just bought. He plans to use the headstone to mark where he buries his dog bones in the yard. That's cute. Weaved in the dog thing. I got you. I like it. To seek fame and praise. Clout chasing? Wow, that's a fun way to say clout chasing. 沽名 Dao Yu. I'm kind of curious. This might as well be cloud chasing. Yeah, to buy name Dao Yu. Oh, I can't see what that character on Yu is. Angling. Oh no, reputation. Oh, that's, yeah. I couldn't see the top because it's too squished. That you reputation, yeah. To buy name and angling for reputation. Clout chasing. Or praise. Fun. Fame is Ming. Oh, to buy alcohol. 乌酒. I wonder how you distinguish between 买酒 and 沽酒. Interesting. Anyways. Alright. Oops.
背滑多站
That one's kind of rough.
估
Alright. How often do I cycle stream background music? I don't. I already answered this question before when you asked. I edit and refine the same list over to every once in a while, like every 3 months. There's no cycling. It's on shuffle and repeat indefinitely. What the? What? Okay. Okay.
渗出
水从墙上渗出来了。
5
Squad of 5. Okay.
左，香皂，
请给我一块香皂。
举，单，岁，吩咐，
老板吩咐我们准备好报告。
Good sentence.
子，你，
Coincidence. That was today too, and in
Dai.
2020.
侠，
Why do some words show in a sentence? Vocabulary. All the vocabulary words are in the sentence. It's under options. Because they're all purple. I mean, not all sentences are sentences, but they are in phrases. There are phrases in sentences.
灼热，
地面非常灼热。
Nope. I mentioned it when you started. It's an option in settings. And then you responded during that time. It's like, oh, I'll just use the default for now. This was like 2 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's around the same time when we were talking about the lessons. How many lessons a day? Sorry, I'm waiting for a little bit because OBS hit the fan and disconnected for like 5 seconds. All right, we're back. Every once in a blue moon, OBS does this thing where it just randomly disconnects. Do you know what the dictionary beta is? You can add your own vocabulary words. And you can mine it from the built-in dictionary cross-reference. So if you come up with a vocabulary, not every character has a vocabulary word attached to the current thing, so you can shuffle in vocabulary words if you want. Which we haven't used yet, because that will be a little later. Yeah, so you can enter your own, and then you have to write everything. You have to write the entry yourself. Okay.
折磨，
我受不了这种折磨。
折磨 torment. It might not have seemed like there's like a disruption in the feed between the YouTube one and then on the Twitch side of things, but OBS disconnected for like 5 or 6 seconds. It happens every once in a while. Maybe like once every 7 months. And then some, you know, once every 7 months, the power might go out and then We have those part 1, part 2 things.
Mu.
Chinese acre. The only reason it's kind of funny because it's YouTube Shorts is the reason why. I forgot who was doing it. I think it's the etymology nerd, or no, it might be someone else. That before I started Chinese, I was already prepared to know that there are Chinese imperial units, and not imperial in the sense of nobility imperial, but imperial as in dynastic units. So then in Chinese you have to learn that last one was mu, which is Chinese acre, and ying mu, which is the English, the British imperial unit acre, which is also tied to American units. And yes, some people will say like, oh, but it's imperial and it comes from English. Like, yes, and kind of. Like sometimes it's very difficult to know when you have imperial units how long they are. A Chinese acre is not the same as a British acre. And then it's not clear if American acres state roughly the same length or size as a British acre. Like not all imperial units state the same. So Chinese is also one of the countries that have their own imperial units. So like whenever people say like the Great Wall of China is so and so imperial units long, it's measured in different types of imperial units. There's a Chinese imperial unit, like the Chinese inch, the Chinese yard. And they are not the same length or the same weights. It's one of the extra fun things you have to remember whenever you're using those units. What even is an acre of land? I had to look it up because I don't actually know how acres work. So the only way I understand acres is to look up acres in square meters or like kilometers. So it's approximately 4,000 square kilometers. That's how I would view it, I think. Hang on. Some people use yards, which makes it even more confusing for me. Like I don't know, I'm not sure what 4,840 square yards is like, which is a 15-acre estate. Like I have no idea. So yeah, I don't know what yards are either. The only way I know yards is a football field. What is a yard in meters? I have no idea. Yard in meters. Is it like 3? No, it's 1. Oh, a yard is approximately 1 meter. I didn't even realize that. It's like 0.9144 meters. That's interesting. That's kind of helpful, actually. A yard in a meter. Yeah. The one that I remember most is 1 yard is equivalent to 3 feet. 1 to 3 feet. But I never use yard for acre because acre is way larger than a yard. And then 1 yard, the only way I know yard is 1 yard that I know is a football field, like an American football field. That's the only time I use the distance yard. So 100 yards is a football field. So American football field. So whenever I try to think of like, okay, so how much is an acre, right? So an acre in yards is, oh man, square yards. Wait. It's a 70 by 70 yards. So So 70 by 70 yards is an acre. So that means it's smaller. Oh no, that doesn't work because I only know the length. The length of a football field is 100 yards. But if you have 2 football fields, if you have 2 football fields, then you have an acre. I don't know. I've never really used acres or yards to describe square meters. I use square meters. Square meters or square kilometers to describe like large areas, like or square footage. I would even use square footage. So like a house has square footage, an acre has square kilometers or square meters, and I haven't ever described things in yards and acres. And then a yard is exactly 3 feet. That's the conversion that people use. And then a yard is, I think, the one that I use for like if you're doing sports is a feet is roughly 3 meters. Roughly. Which now makes sense because a yard... No, not a yard. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. No. Now I'm so confused. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, the other way, sorry. 0.33. 0.33 meters, sorry. Yeah, so now it makes sense. It makes sense. That there are 3 meters. 3 meters to the yard. Now it makes sense that 3 feet should be it. Yeah. So that makes sense. A yard is 0.33 of a meter. Or like sorry, a yard is 1 meter. Sorry, 1 meter. And then I need to cancel out some of these, but a foot is 0.33 meters. Whenever like golf is a good example. Lots of golf things are often displayed in yards and meters. So the golf is often displayed either in yards and meters, and then I'd use the conversion. I could have used the conversion this way, but in Americana, a lot of times it's feet and yards, and then you have to convert it to meters. So that's kind of where all this is happening. Why there's now there's a convenient relationship between yard and meter, and that's kind of cool. I think that's pretty neat. 3.1 and 0.9. Let's not get into running. Running then gets a little weird because then we have kilometers and meter and miles. And then we have things like the 1 mile run, but then above a 1 mile is the 10K. I think this is pretty neat. I didn't even realize this. It might actually encourage me to use the yard over feet. Well, this is the same though. You just said this isn't too bad. And then you just complained about having too many units, but this isn't bad either. Actually, I think this is better than the mile and the kilometer. The kilometer and the mile is further apart than the meter and the yard. And then these are obviously, we're talking about British yards, British feet and British feet, yard, and then, you know, standard units. And then I think miles is still the same between Americans and British. I don't think that has changed. I think most things haven't changed between the two, but interesting. Yeah, I kind of like yard now. Yard reminds me of... Yeah, this is way further apart. than the yard and the meter relations. And 3 and 1 is more convenient than the relationship between kilometer and miles. It's not quite, especially when you're running. If you're running, 10K is not 3 miles. Like, it's further apart. Yeah, it sort of makes sense. I like it. I like it. Yard is less, makes more sense to me. Hear me out. Hear me out. Go around to your, like, if you go around to your friends and say, hey, I'm shorter than 2 yards. That would be so. I'm gonna do that with one of my friends. That has to be done. That is hilarious. Because it's 6 feet. It's 6 feet, so I can tell someone like, oh, I'm about 1.5 yards. It's kind of like 1.6 yards. That's hilarious. Anyways, it's so convenient for yards because most people talk about 6 feet as the average. Like between like tall and short, they usually use the 6 feet marker for like people now. Like for males, sorry, females are actually slightly lower, but for males it's like 6 feet. People talk about 6 feet all the time. 7 feet is too tall, but 6 feet is like above below distribution nowadays. For like 6 feet is so tall. Yeah, I'm 5'7". Yeah, I'm 5'7" here. Nowadays, though, peeps are like, I think the average height went up substantially across like the world's population. Yeah, pretty average for a male Asian in my generation. I don't know if the average height went up for Asians. I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah, they went up by 3.5 inches, like across the world since the 80s. Yeah, pretty much everyone around the... Yeah, most of the countries around the world, the heights increased since the 80s. And we're not even talking about the 2025s. That was probably a collection from like 10 years ago. It takes a while for them to collect such data, so I imagine it's still increasing. Yeah, humans haven't grown shorter on average. They have grown taller. Interestingly enough. I wonder when it's just gonna stop. All the CN guys you see at school are surprisingly tall. Yeah, yeah. Especially at school your age, right? They would be around your age. Yeah, most of the younger, like even second gens here in the United States are much taller than me. Yeah, on average they are taller than me by at least like 2 inches. I'm like, I was above average when I was born. Like, you know, when I hit adolescence, I was above average in height. But I don't think I think I might be slightly below average. I don't know yet. Below average height now. Yeah, everyone in 6th forms are 16 to 18 age-wise. 16 to 18 age group is separate from everyone else at school here. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was right on the cusp of slightly being above average when I was born. But fast forward 40 years, I'm pretty sure my height is below average. It's slightly below average. This includes like people from China, so Chinese in general. My sister is like super below average. We're talking about the 5 feet gang here. Slightly below 5 feet. You were above average, but you stopped growing when you're turning 13, though you don't think you want to be taller. Yeah. There are, you know, there are things that come with biology, exchanges for height. Anyways. Average is nice for many things. Alright. Anyways, back to this.
湖
Average has its perks. That
烹
one's kind of weak.
请示
这件是我们的请示。
It's like demonstrate or show, ask for instructions, yeah, advice. Similar. You'll definitely introduce yourself as under 2 yards tall someday. Yeah, I think that's funny. When eventually, if someone if this conversation happens a lot when you're talking to people outside of the like outside of the United States or even China and Great Britain, right, UK, and they're gonna say like, oh, what is that in centimeters? It's like, well, what do you mean? I'm slightly under 2 yards. Like, you what, mate? I'm like, under 2 yards, you know. Actually, I don't know what the conversion is. Oh no, wait. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh, then you could say, you know, slightly under 2 meters. And you're like, and the person's like, what? Oh no, wait, did that work? Wait, hold up. Hold up. No, wait. Am I messing up? Hold up. Yards to, yeah. Right? Then you could just say I'm approximately 2 meters. Wait, does that even make sense? Yes. No. Yes. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm getting confused now. Wait, hold. Oh yeah, it does make sense. It does check out. I forgot to, I'm actually thinking of something else. Because now we have a convenient conversion, right? So 2 yards, right? 2 yards, we got 0.91, right? Meters. I mean, sorry, 1 yard, right? So that also means that we can easily convert to centimeters. Like 1 yard to centimeters, which is basically 91. Like 91 centimeters to a yard. And then centimeters is the more common measurement for height that's not imperial. Intriguing. Did I just... I don't know what I wrote. I wrote yard, then 0.91 meters. And then I wrote 0.91 meters over 100 cent. I didn't. No, I did not say that. At least I don't think I intended to. If I did, then that's because I was writing things on the thing. So if you think I said that, it's probably because I was writing and you weren't looking at the screen, in my opinion. But I mean, I could have said that while skipping over things. Oh, that's ping.
丙
I do have something to say about that comment, but we'll leave it until I see a change. The handle's kind of weak.
负
What?
禾苗
春天是种植禾苗的好时机。
Rain seedling? Since when was that thing? This falls under MiHoYo versus MiHoYo? Yeah, probably. Or yes, it technically does, but I'm not sure if you know. Yeah, it technically does. I'm actually kind of curious if you know what I'm referring to though.
注 平
This is not one to explain.
重伤
重伤致死
Or severely wounded, or severe injured. It's same thing. Same, different. Same but different.
生命
安全带能救生命。
防
Or hinder. Did I add obstruct? Obstruct is probably going to come up at some point.
"女婴
女婴在笑。
Sure. Dang it. I don't know what's going on there. Nope.
烈
Heck.
墓地
他被埋葬在墓地。
苗
The what now? What? It's not this. Not describe. It's to take aim. Oh yeah, that's fine. Go head off to sleep. Good night. Good night, Mika. Good luck. Good luck. Look to sleep. Joy. Oh. What? Oh, wrong tone. Something makes me want to. No. No. Yes. No. How does that make sense if it was...
债主，
债主终于收回了欠款。
Like a creditor? Oh, okay.
对峙，
两支球队在比赛中对峙。
That one's gonna be trouble. Overtime. Worried. Worried.
野炊，
天气很好，适合野炊。
How do you cook out? What the heck is cook out? How do you like cook in the... How do you out cook? It's cooking outdoors. That's a cook out. I'm just gonna write cooking outdoors. It's the same concept. What? Jiang. This is intense. Cook out. How do you cook out? Cook out. Apt.
户，
Our new tough one.
停车，
我不知道怎么停车。
Or park. Stop the car is fine. Okay.
笑柄，
他是全城的笑柄。
This one's a little weird.
纠正，
老师纠正了我的发音。
老师纠正了我的发音. Like, review, correct it. Okay. Ooh. 炸药.
炸药，
这个炸药很危险。
趴下，
他趴下准备开枪。
Okay. That person lied prone, getting ready to fire.
佐证，
他的话缺乏佐证。
兢兢业业.
兢兢业业，
兢兢业业的员工总是受到赞赏。
I don't even... Oh, man, I'm really terrible at spelling this. Heck, I missed a C. I English good. Okay. I English too good. Nope.
沃土，
这片沃土是农村最大的财富。
班，
Ban is so weak. Oh, that is really weak. Oh. This one's okay.
搓手，
天气太冷，他不停地搓手。
What? Oh, yeah, I didn't write the... Yeah, subjects are not required. Subjects are dropped. Context provides.
葱，
Haven't typed chimney in so long, even though it's Christmas time, you know, it's the Christmas holidays. And I think outside of Christmas, I rarely ever think of chimneys. I guess this is a little bit more archaic, but chimneys aren't that common where well, maybe it's because I'm a bit modern, contemporary stuff, but if you live in a country with like a lot of old architecture, I imagine there might be chimneys. Interesting. Okay. What? Oh, I missed the C, the H. Dang it. Bujang, wait. Bujang, oh no, that's Bu Nian Guo. Oh no, I just realized I can get Jiang. Oh, what is Jiang then? It's moist. Oh, it's water spray. Okay, that's a good thing to keep in mind.
洗手间，
这个洗手间太小了。
Oh man.
烹，
Okay.
.脚，
Are we quinning? Quin? Is that Quin? Quin Chong.
昆虫，
他害怕所有的昆虫。
不粘锅。
不粘锅，
不粘锅让煮饭更容易。
哨，
Week 1. Just so happens that today something came up, so it got reinforced. Associations.
炊具，
炊具用完了，要清洗。
Oh, heckin' house party. This one is scary. Ah! Oh, I typed the wrong thing there. Okay.
逞能，
你不必逞能，这不是比赛。
My overuse of one's abilities, one does this, one does that. It does actually come from Chinese. Like one must show humility in front of, I don't know, something. One just feels nice. But I've since kind of dropped one because of Japanese. Like one, we know who one is. Don't need to write one.
搓板
No
这块搓
washboard.
板很结实，
What the what?
冗长，
请简化这份冗长的报告。
Oh.
下周
他放假放到下周，
灰色，
这个房间的墙壁是灰色的。
Uh-oh. Um. Yo, man. The whole dress thing is not great. 十短十 oh no 十头 oh 十头不相应 What the machine? I have to get back to whatever that last character is. Something. I'm just gonna go and take a stab at this. I have to come back.
序，微，轰趴，
我们打算周末举办一个轰趴。
问，法，
Uh-oh. Went over this. Approaches. Oh man. Valve. Oh no. Oh no no.
舅舅，
舅舅给我讲了一个故事，
公园，
他们在公园里玩，
自豪，
我为你感到自豪。
Like you're trying to pay it out. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say reckless, but proud. Proud is better. Ooh.
谋杀，
他企图谋杀他，
Right? Self. Okay. It's self plus reckless. Unrestrained, right? Yes. Or reckless.
羽绒服，
他买了一件新的羽绒服。
挑，虚构，
这只老鼠是一个虚构的角色。
Fictitious, right? Or fictional, yes. Every time I think of Shiko.
美德，
尊重别人是基本的美德。
It's like wonderful, good, virtuous, yeah. Fine. Wonderful is in having a wonderful soul. What? What am I looking at? Oh, like round trip? It's round trip, back and forth. Or to go to... Oh, no, it's not. Oh, that's just going forward. Forward direction. That's fine.
Xiang.
I can't type. Ah! That's 3. Yang what? Yang Chong. Oh no, that's He. Oh, that's He Chuang. Is this? Oh no. Oh, Ningmen. It's one of the special exceptions. I don't know what this is. I don't know where the leg is coming from. Or do I? I think originally they were supposed to be fins, so I changed them to legs. And then now they're just weak. Yeah, I don't know. It's rolling. Oh, yeah. Oh, we have to make this about Goofy. That's Gwen. It's probably Gwen. Gwen Dong. Have to make it about Goofy. We gotta change it up. What? Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's Neiman. Oh, wait. Oh, wrong tone.
有
Need something else. Talk
翻
about. Wait, how does fun work? Try? Oh my gosh.
前往
乘机前往香港。
I think it's just gonna be moved toward. Oh, I already added those things. So. Pretty sure. Guan Dong
滚动
滚动的石头不生青苔。
will work. We'll add more to that. A. 配送
配送
我们公司负责配送。
or to. Yeah, that's fine. I thought it might have like send out or something like that.
捡起
小孩捡起一片叶子。
what the? Okay.
球鞋，
流血。
他的球鞋很漂亮。
河川，
河川提供了重要的水源。
OK。
及时，
这场雪很及时。
及时。Like level times timely. Okay. Yeah, proper time. Ooh, proper time is good. I like this. Yeah, proper time is good. We'll use proper time next time.
网上，
I'm
我们
like,
可以在网上聊天。
my thought was the level time as in like the time that it's due. So how do you express the time that it's due? Timely would be good, but at the proper time is nice. What? It's online. Go online, it's fine. Wait. 味道 No? Oh, wait. 街道街道
你们，
你们几时走？
So at the proper time is good. Timely. I don't say that too often. Not often enough, I suppose.
分，
Is this disorderly? Oh my word. This is 街道
街道，
这里的街道很安静。
or street. Main street. Hmm. 传着点 Oh no, 转折点 What the drum? What the drum? Hold up.
中和，
这个药物可以中和毒素。
Say what? It's just peace, neutral. Okay. All right, fine. Whoa, wait. Does that make
宝库，
网络是一个资讯的宝库。
Oh. Okay, so what's going on here? Oh, no. Oh, wait. No, that doesn't make either. No, what the heck? Have nothing on it. What's going on?
检查，
他过细地检查了所有的安全设备。
迷路，
他在林子里迷路了。
I don't know.
进
I don't. What the abyss?
速
Oh my goodness. That's not good.
之一
这是我最喜欢的一本书之一。
年
We worked on this. Heckin' 厨师.
厨师
我希望我是一位厨师。
It's the only drum that it's one of the only drum that I'm having difficulties. G? What is happening there?
展
Oh boy. Oh boy.
不均
工作分配不均。
What? What? Hold the phone. Oh, whoops. I added a G. That's not the same as the other one, right?
设施
学校的设施非常现代。
I'm making sure not to confuse this with joie. Or toi. Toi. Yeah. Okay. And this one with the service? Yeah. Facilities or something like that. Okay. Yao, not yo. Yao. Yao. Yeah, yao. Ooh, wait. Old. Oh no, that's not. Nope. Didn't read that properly. To become. I like to think of it as to harmonize or to balance. Actually, to balance is not too bad. Is to balance here? I wanted to type fun right away. I don't know. That's what I'm looking for here. How does that work? It really doesn't. Oh, wait. Like... Okay.
翻阅
我喜欢翻阅随便的书籍。
特邀，
他们是特邀来宾。
I didn't read this properly, so that's not the character I'm thinking. Yeah. Wait. Hold up. That doesn't make sense either. Something 一在相丁附件附近 close by 栖息
栖息，
鹰通常栖息在山顶附近。
What is this thing here? Double bird thing? Eagle? I don't think I have eagle yet. Doesn't make sense though. Why do I want to say 业余时间 Oh, 业余时
业余时间，
我喜欢在业余时间阅读。
We're gonna say like casual time or like amateur time, free time. It's like spare time. Okay, yeah. It's all of the above, like just extra time to do things. Oops, I did it again.
转折点，
搬到台湾是我人生的一个转折点。
Like turning point or breaking point. What? I'm gonna say fun.
风，
Fun what? Cutting edge? Cutting edge? Okay. Don't quite remember what the word is for this character. I think ultimately it's fine. Unfold, yeah. To spread wings, unfold. Fine. I'm okay with that. Chang?
长，
Taste? Chang? Oh no, that's like repay or compensation. I think. What? Oh, I need to silence it.
自焚，
他在抗议中自焚了。
It's repay, compensate. Okay. Okay. I hope I get to use more unfold in the future, maybe. Yoku. What the heck is Yoku? Yuan. That didn't work. Okay. I don't know what that is at the moment. Oh, is it? It might just be you. Hmm.
赚钱，
他很努力赚钱。
Oh no, that's not one, that's mom.
斑点，
狮子的皮毛上有斑点。
玉，
Excuse me.
城镇，
这个城镇很安静。
That's a weird one. Yellow? Heck, that's probably by.
氏族，
每个氏族有自己的文化。
What? Oh, I thought my feelings were good with that one. It's not.
物， 巡警，
这个城市有很多巡警。
Yellow.
掰，
Okay. Yeah, okay.
打岔，
他总是喜欢打岔，让人很烦。
That one's a little weird. That's weak. That's still weak. Okay, so what do we do there? Okay.
小的，
我不晓得今天有会议。
Zelda? What?
桑树，
一只猫在桑树上。
望，胚胎，
医生检查了胚胎的健康状况。
Okay. That didn't work. I'm like, I don't think this is gonna work. And I typed new. Oh no. I lost it. I have no idea what. Oh, I do. Wait. Oh no, I don't. I do? I don't. We're gonna go with this. And then it's that combination of again. I gotta rethink. Why I drew a blank because of new. Dang, that really that is very depressing. What the yarn?
冰咬，
他在花园里被昆虫叮咬。
Man, kind of weak. Scary.
旱，芬芳，
这朵玫瑰散发出芬芳。
What?
鱼缸，
鱼缸里有一条金鱼。
缸，
Like, yeah, outline's fine. Yeah, Mao. Dang it. Oh man.
冒昧，
他冒昧地进入了房间。
Oh, oh man. Ding. Oh, rule 房间. Oh man. It's like you dimmed out the risks, so you take the liberties of. That one's gonna be rough. It's more like you covered up the risk. Yeah.
匆忙，
他匆忙地收拾行李。
Hasty, that's fine.
冗，
Like, just, no, okay, to clear up. I think, clear up is better. Or to become aware. Or the dawning. Like shine, dawning.
油桶，
请帮我搬这个油桶。
Oh. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's think about this for a moment. Oh, whoops.
烛光，
Heck. What is going on? Why is this one rough? Where's the fire coming from? All I can see is autumn. Aki. It's probably... Oh no, not. It's hanging pretty well. How are you doing? How are you hanging?
入侵，
他们入侵了俄罗斯。
马桶，
我需要买一个新的马桶。
柏树，
那棵柏树很高。
篷车，
他们用篷车运送农产品。
嗯。哦。
丑，
Yep. That is a rough one. That is definitely a rough one.
喘息，
他跑完5公里后停下来喘息。
疼，脂肪，
这道菜含有很多脂肪。
作呕，
那个气味让我感到作呕。
Okay, we'll come back to that. Hmm.
平庸，
这部电影很平庸。
壁垒，
这些改革打破了传统的壁垒。
歧视，
我们应该反对所有的歧视。
Good, just chilling. You got a big book delivery for Xmas, so enjoying that. What type of books did you grab this time around? What do you got going on in the book department? Oh man, oh no, oh no. That's not great. Uh-oh.
"冰烧，
他们正在盯梢我。
You got a bunch of Doraemon. A sci-fi short story collection and Kimi no Na wa. Oh no, wait, is that the same Kimi? Hold up. Wait, that comes in a book form? Neat. Solid. short story collection. Sci-fi short story collection.
穴
Edition and that not what I typed? Oh. Oh, I didn't type Gao. I typed Gao. That's fine. Pretty sure I typed Gao the first time.
茅屋
茅屋周围种满了各种野花，
伪造
这些伪造的钞票非常危险。
Wait, how does that even work? Oh, forge.
Shu
Hmm. Oh man.
惹
That does still not that great.
Tang
The author is Hoshi Shinichi. They are like 4-page stories, so it's nice and approachable. Oh, yeah. Sci-fi stories. Have you watched Love, Death, Robots? Have we talked about this? I think we might have talked about this. Like anthological things. Oh no, but it might be drama that we talk about and anthological stuff. You haven't seen it? Oh, that's very digestible too. Love, Death, Robots. They're all it's a anthology animation collection. Almost all of them are sci-fi short stories. I do like my anthology formats, short stories, and short animation things. I think it was when Drama and Xing Xing and I were talking about shorts, like in the animated department, as opposed to the reading department.
科
There's quite a lovely collection of animated shorts on YouTube. There are people who do quite a lot of lovely short stories. They're 5-minute short stories. I'm not sure how many of them are of the Japanese quality or like the thing, but experimenting with the YouTube CC is always fun. Watching shorts, that's where the conversation came from, where watching shorts and whatnot and using closed captioning, generated closed captioning. We were talking about 40K though. It was about this guy who, it was a springboard off this YouTuber who made 40K, a 40K short, and then eventually that person led to being hired in upcoming 40K projects.
整
Oh.
棍
What? Oh.
庸俗，
他的笑话太庸俗了。
庸俗. Okay. I'll take the one. The other one, Zhao was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. You started watching Shirokuma Cafe yesterday. It was really good, super funny, and pretty easy to understand. White Bear Cafe. Shirokuma. Shirokuma. Let me see. Shirokuma Cafe. Oh, that does look like some fun. I should give this a watch too. Oh, that's kind of cute. Of course it'd be a panda, a polar bear, and a penguin. Oh, this seems very comfy. That on the list. Strikes, Makes sense. Shirokuma is a polar bear. The art is beautiful too. I can imagine. It's it has that comfy hand-drawn quality filled with character. Some quite old school, homely, personable, hand-drawn stuff. Reminds me of what is that group? Slice of Life, Honey and Clover. What was the Chika Umino? Of course, this is a romance one, but kind of reminds me of like the very bright, slightly lighter hand-drawn stuff. Or like March comes in like a lion. What was it? San no. It was like San no Gatsu San Gatsu no Lion or Ryan, something like that. That one is really great too. If you ever read that one before, it's also by Chika Umino. Chika Umino does a lot of that type of thing, slice of life, and has like very charming but like grounded type of artwork. It's homey. It's like the characteristic animation used for slice of life things. The art style from Japanese artists. And then for the Western side, it's more like something closer to what Atachi Shinchi situation for the Western artists. All right, let's go over these things. Okay. 多活音主康찬 구 장 에 화 What do you usually do for Christmas, James? Being that it's relatively close. Yeah, we're 1 week away, or within the week. Do you observe Christmas? May. Morning, Sing Sing. Morning, morning. How are you? Try. I can't see the rest of you. I'm gonna say that's supposed to be try more. It's probably try more. I can't see it. Yeah, try more. It's 11:59 a.m. and you're already melting from heat? Are you okay? You should unmelt yourself. How are you? Temperature? Oh, what is it like in Australia right now? Oh, I guess it's around noon. Tropical Melbourne. Yeah, Melbourne today. Oof. Is it tropical as in you've got all the wetness too? You've got that nice old good old wetness. 32. Oh. You got some wetness too thrown in the tropical. Or are we talking about like a balming heat, dry heat, parch dryness? Oh man. 为什么 that's a pun. Okay, not intentional. 为着 how to breathe air for real right now. Oof. Are you in, like, you're indoors right now and you're melting? Huh. I hope you find some solace. Whenever, if I have to be outside during those times, from time to time, I do the wet towel thing. I don't know if you do the wet towel thing. I mean, I'm not sure about your hair. Aircon on 18. I do the, like, the fan plus wet towel situation. Or like a headband, like if you are worried about your hair, like have a wet headband and then you like tie it around your forehead, or like put something on your cheek that's wet, like slightly wet your cheek, and then have like fan blowing. That's kind of usually how I chill out. Something on the bottom of your feet and your hands. But the front door is open, so heat comes in. But if it's closed, it will be 40 inside. Oh. Dang. Yeah. I'm not sure if you wear, like, I don't know if you wear any form of makeup or moisturizer or, like, other things. But typically, like, having, like, a wet thing around your hands and your feet and your front pads are... And then have, like, that nice... cool mechanical fan circulate air. It feels quite nice. I used to do that through my no makeup person here. Okay. I used to do that in my, I guess, during the summer, during college. We were in the college dorms for the summer. I worked in the lab for my college in the summer to get like laboratory experience. There was no air conditioning, right? No AC. And the dorms are in like really old houses, or like we were in old houses. They weren't really dorms, they were just houses. And it would easily caress like 35 plus. And we're like in these rickety places, and we would typically do box fans. Box fans are the only thing we have. So the idea was to take like a cloth, and athletes do this too, where you can wear colder, like you can wear cold gloves, for example. You would like, if you need to run out in the scorching heat, you either bring a water bottle or something and you put water on your hands, not your feet because you're wearing shoes, but usually on your hands, and then dab on your face, and then as you're running it still cools you down rapidly. So there's these things that are really expensive. Like I think this is pretty comical. They take this to an extent. There are places that sell you cold gloves. Basically, they're containers. There's containers where you put ice, like you shred ice and you put it in, and it like contains water around the gloves to allow the person to like run fast, like for longer periods and whatnot in heat. Yeah, hands work really well, and that's it's only useful sometimes if you don't have like crackly skin. So I was asking about makeup, like moisturizers and hand moisturizers, because depending on the climate, I'm in Australia, I don't know what the climate's like. When you're doing that in very dry temperature, your skin can start to crack. So it's not like the best example, but this isn't as, oh, you do the towel thingy when it gets worse than this. I see. Today isn't as bad as yesterday. Yesterday it was 40. Yeah. Today we okay. I know this is gonna be a little bit of a contrast, but today was one of the warmer days in during the December. It was like 6. Yeah, like 6-ish. So it was pretty good today. 6 degrees. Oh, there are some 95. Hello, SM. Hey. Alright, so let's finish the rest of this. Well, I hope you unmelt yourself sometime, Sing Sing. When does it get cooler in the Australian day? I imagine noon to like 2 a.m. is where like peak heat times. That's around what Netherlands is right now as well. I see. It's weird knowing that you're from Netherlands. Like, I bet you're like a snowman melting right now. Let's see. What was it though? Niming. Your body isn't used to Australia yet. Yeah, it does take quite a bit. So keep your heat very close with you. Oh yeah, that's certainly a way to go about it. Like, you try to compensate less. I can definitely tell you right now, when I started running, has it been 3 years now? When I told myself I would always run outside no matter what, my body now has adjusted. I've been using words like mild in the running logs, and then like cool and warm, and then we have hot, and then cold. These are my words, but those words have different ranges. When I first started, cold was like 0. And then cool was, I'm gonna say, around 10. Or actually, cool is around 5. And then mild is around 10. Then warm is around 25. And this is when I first started. Warm is around 25, and then like any around 30 is hot. But nowadays, cold is like -10. Cool is like 0, and mild is like N max. So we're gonna say like 5. Then it like shoots the other way. Warm is like 30, and then hot is like 40. So my range increased after a while, and what I ended up doing was that I just ran in the same outfit. So I run in like the only thing that changes is I wear pants when it hits cool, like a jogger, like running joggers. Second list is how you feel. I see. I see. So I wear joggers, and then I wear a hoodie on top of like a short sleeve shirt, just performance clothing when it hits cool and below. And then when it's this and up, it would be shorts and a short sleeve going up. And then we would just run. But cold goes to like -15, -20. Oh, these are ranges. So like in over here it goes down to -20. So this would be the average. So it's like plus 10 and plus. So all of these are ranges. These are mediums. And then I'd be wearing I wouldn't go and add more layers. When I'm running, I don't want to add layers. So generally it would be like a performance shirt, a performance short sleeve, as long as possible, and plus or minus either joggers or shorts. And then plus or minus hoodie. Yeah. I don't want to wear things. Before, when I first started, what I did was cold and lower, I would wear gloves. So I would make sure my hands don't get wrecked. So I would wear plus or minus gloves. For hot and warm, for like super hot, I would sometimes consider drinking water. I don't drink water anymore, so I typically run most of the time in all these conditions. It would be like 3 miles would be fine before I have to drink something. But typically I don't run 3 miles anymore. I usually just run half a mile. Half a mile being like somewhere around 1.5 kilometers. Wait, that's not right. That's not a right conversion. 0.8 kilometers. Sorry, about 1 kilometer. About 1 kilometer. I did the conversion in the wrong direction. About 1 kilometer. That's one of the major reasons I'm running shorter distances is because I'm bouncing between speeds. And then bouncing between speeds is because my shoes cost a lot of money. Especially after your surgery. I see. You could never. I mean, you could walk. Walking is fine. You cut the distance in half and then do like a walking loop if you can, to try to like acclimate. Shoes cost a lot of money for running for me, so I needed to cut down the distance. My first pair of shoes did not last. They basically wore down. It disappeared. The soles. Now that my running form is up to snuff after 3 years or so, The shoes have a bit more longevity, but generally the friction, like the constant contact with the pavement, destroys shoes. So having trainers that last, they still don't last more than 1.5 to 2 years on that distance. If you were to triple the distance, they would only last roughly a year. Let's see, what do we have? I can't read that. I don't know what that character is supposed to be. I see the Bu, and I see the Kung. Oh, word. It's probably Sheng. Shen. Yi Sheng Bu. Yi Sheng Bu Kung. You had knee and ankle rotation surgery, so even walking long distance is hard for you on both legs. The idea is not to like walk long distances at once, right? I imagine you already heard this from like your surgery peeps or something. The idea is to build up, right? To start at a distance comfortable to you and then continue up. So when I'm saying a distance, I'm inferring a comfortable distance. You're still building up? That's good. I think that's healthful. Like that's a very healthy thing to go about it. My only reason I try to like encourage people to do these things is because it's not gonna make things better, or like mitigation. Trying to overly rest is not going to improve your future abilities, or like mitigate the consequences of aging and inactivity. So it's always nice to try to encourage yourself to do just enough to make yourself slightly better each day. Yeah, getting old, body problems. Bree, I have yet to hear from Bree, but Bree is finishing up her 3rd day in a row, coming back from, she has mobility restrictions too, and recently she started working at a cashier position, and she's been doing pretty alright, like recovering, making sure her lower back and her feet are going well. But this week she has 3 work periods back to back to back, and it's been kind of like that would be the longest period she's had from back to back to back, like just simply standing. I don't know if it's different in Australia. In the United States, it's very common to have cashiers always stand, and whenever I think about like alternatives, like in Aldi for example, like the German branch, they would have their cashiers sit, right? So there's like this combination of things where you think about standing and sitting in long periods of time. And people like I feel standing is harder than running sometimes. Only when I go to Otakon to volunteer at the anime convention, that's one of the longest periods that I would stand for a day, and oftentimes it still feels kind of rough despite even being a person who habitually runs every day. So our body really do be adjusting to these things. You need to have surgery before 24. So yeah, done it right after COVID. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. And then 3 surgeries. Yep. You were just recovering from one of them when you were sharing. 1 year, yeah. So this is your first full year of no surgery and still recovering. Okay. I imagine you have opportunities to see your mobility somewhat come back from now that you have no surgeries for the full year. So you have knee and ankle rotation. Was that a I don't know if this is too personal of a question, but was that a like a movement problem, or was that more of a biological situation, like unlucky biological situation? Or did something happen with your knee and ankle in before you were a superstar athlete or something? You made your first goal of jumping a tiny bit. Ooh, very nice. You're able to jump. I mean, I don't have ups. I rarely jump as well. Have you? I'm genuinely curious. Have you tried being on one leg for a little bit? Like, what I mean is, like, standing around, but like slowly trying to like lift one leg. I've seen a lot of physical therapy related things in my life, largely because I've been around like the fitness area for some time, like trying to get a person to spend a couple seconds off of one leg and then trying to balance, right, and see how it feels. But you can easily rescue yourself by only lifting one of your legs only slightly, as opposed to jumping first. Like, but jumping is pretty impressive. Yeah, jumping is quite tough, especially when people don't usually jump all the time, and form does help with the landing, like how to land and stuff. But you do have knee and ankles, but both your joints are going to be rough for jumping. Yeah, you had hip dysplasia. Okay, yep, since birth, which made your knees go towards. Yeah, oh yes. Yes. Oh, your feet were straight, so they had to rotate both knees and ankles. Okay. And do you, I don't know about how hip dysplasia surgery works. Do you typically expect to have recovery from the dysplasia, like the dysplasia surgery? I know someone who has the opposite, where like their knees and legs like rotate outward, as opposed to inward. And I don't think they have something. And then there's a lot of individuals who have hip problems, like pinching hip problems, psoriatic, like the pinching nerve on the psoriatic nerve. So oftentimes they won't be able to like sit in a particular position, like sit with like your body forward or your body back. And there's like a lot of like tilting, anterior and posterior tilting, that causes sitting in a long position incredibly terrifying for the lower back, and how it pinch against your hip. So whenever you were running, your knees were touching each other. Oh, dang. Okay. I see. Wow, that's really far in. Okay. My first thought is, like, I imagine then you practice something like sitting and then getting up, sitting and getting up. I've been with someone who tried to work on their mobility when it comes to like this squatting, right? They don't have any dysplasia, but oftentimes they have such a lack in mobility that you start by, you know, getting up from a seated position, like sitting in a chair, like right angle, and you just get up and then sit back down, get up and sit back down. That's usually how it would go for the knee portion. And then possibly a weakness in hip mobility. Those who don't have dysplasia or anything like that, oftentimes their hip flexors are like, the mobility in their hip flexors are non-existent, and that deals with the bending at the ankle and the knee for the lower body chain. A lot of times people who sit like in these seats and their legs would go numb, like their lower legs would go numb, that's what I'm talking about. The individuals who like have so low mobility that even sitting in a computer chair causes both legs in like an upright position, causes both legs to go numb. because they're like nerve and they're like the nerves and the blood flow is being pinched really regularly. And it comes with age as well. I imagine you don't have problems sitting down or anything like that, right? It's fun. I know very little about human physiology, by the way. And I did not work in physical therapy or anything like that. It just happens to be things that come up now that the people around me are getting older. and my parents and whatnot. And you had no surgeries. As far as you know, for the hip dysplasia, you had those pants to keep your legs in place when you were younger. Oh, okay. After that, you got those feet things to put in your shoes to keep your feet in the right way. I see. But over time and many yearly checkups, your hip got to normal, but you will forever have hip pain here. Oh, I see. And there, but not as much before. You don't know if this makes sense, but I don't know how to explain. No, that's good enough for me. I think like I have a little bit enough mind-body awareness where I can like imagine parts of the body, how it feel, trying to have that position. I think I have fairly decent mind-body awareness. How do you deal with the hip pain usually? I'm not entirely sure how you would condition out of like a chronic pain situation outside of like medication. Do you take medication for the pain? Oh, you just suffer? I see. Or do you take some light like aspirin or something like that? Every once in a while, maybe like when it gets pretty bad. Do you experience the pain? Here's another interesting question. Medication won't help? I see. Well, I mean, it obviously won't help. Like medication, are you saying the pain is so egregious that medication won't dampen the thing? Usually medication isn't there to help these things. Like, I don't know if this is something that other people think about, but medication is not supposed to help like abilities. They dampen, they treat symptoms. They don't resolve things. Medication is rarely ever something that resolves things. So I can understand if that's what you mean by medication won't help. It's not going to help. What it does is it can dampen periods of dysfunction from the pain, with the understanding that it can also be habit forming. Yeah, what you say is always true about medication, in my opinion, because you're treating symptoms. Like, symptoms doesn't address the source. Although I do have to admit, people do consider like antibiotics and antivirals as medication. It numbs the tiniest bit. Oh, okay, so it's that intense, huh? But your fiance doesn't want you to lean on medication unless it's very bad? Well, that's why I'm asking. But he is a pharmacist, so you trust him? Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was saying. Right. So, probably not the same type of questions that a layman would ask about medication. But I understand what you mean by medication won't help. Most medication doesn't help. It does not help the underlying condition. And I don't consider antibacterial, like antibiotics and antivirals as medication. The type of thing that people are talking about when it comes to medication is they're talking about dampening symptoms. It doesn't address the source. It's kind of like cold medicine. Like cold medicine, menthols, painkillers. They don't technically address the source of the pain. They alleviate the pain to allow the person to recover. It's a shame that even only numbs the tiniest bit. It's nice that your fiance is a pharmacist, though. That's kind of an excellent perk for someone who may have to manage pain for a lifetime. Solid thing. Did you know he was a pharmacist before? Did you ever share your dysplasia with your fiance before you knew he was a pharmacist? But since your surgery, the pain had not been here. Oh, well, that's lovely. Often anymore, so at least that helped it a bit. Excellent. So you like spent the first 20 years of your life managing pain or tolerating pain. You knew he was a pharmacist since the start. Oh, okay. Is there a story in here? Did you meet him because of your pain? Oh, I think that can be a very cute story. But did him being a pharmacist? Oh no. Okay. I was thinking it might be like a one of those stories like, oh, that's kind of cute actually. Oh, you knew he was a pharmacist since the start. You met him because of streamers. Oh, fair enough. Wait, he's a pharmacist that stream? Or was a streamer the reason why you came in contact with him who doesn't stream, but he works as a pharmacist? Or does he do both? So many possibilities. Try to speculate. His best friend is a streamer. Oh, I see. Well, that's cute. Meeting your fiance through a streamer. What are the odds? Very cold. Oh. May I ask, how did the streamer introduce your fiance? Or your now fiance? Hung Sheng. Not? Oh. So how'd you come across your fiance through that streamer? There was no introduction? Dang. Were they a moderator or something? Local meetup? Guess, Sutton guess side stories? But one of the first things you saw about your fiance was his art. Oh. That's okay. I didn't consider that. Cool. It's all ginger girls? Oh. Well, that's certainly telling. So he has a type? That does sound like it. Wow. And also much rare type. Quite an exotic type. Guess what? You got the same hair color? I'm not surprised. I see where this is going. I'm glad you found him. It's nice. And the whole pharmacist thing kind of just works out, huh? Gotta be thankful for these things that life throws at you. Yes, very easy. Oh, there, drama. All right, so we got the workday, right? Drama workday. All right, Dumbledore is in front of the office, where he saw a bunch, many trembling mouths, grasping onto their tobaccos. And then Dumbledore is like, nah, let's get rid of these trembling mouths, as he utters some magic words and wave his wand. Vacation. Oh, right. Vacation. Am I crazy? Or you're gonna leave soon, right? You're gonna leave kind of soonish. Was it January? When are you leaving? Yeah, until the 26th. You'll leave January 6th. Okay. I'm excited to hear what you end up doing. Like, gotta get some pics. You gotta show off, humble brag a bit. All right, Bart Simpson once again in the office, and this time he somehow managed to get a gigantic a large boat into the office building. It solves itself. The other wall is boat related. So then we have Pinocchio. Wait, is that right? Yeah, Pinocchio. Pinocchio on the lawn, on the immaculate lawn of the English manor. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yeah, Sing Sing was just telling me about their background regarding their mobility stuff, and then how Sing Sing is a melting snowman, and a little bit about how they met their fiance. Let's see. So Pinocchio is on the immaculate lawn of the English manor, and on a mound, Pinocchio was playing ping pong, dropping a ball and hitting it back across with the rich kids. Have George Costanza in the basement of the house during the winter time, leaning his fingers towards a candlestick to try to stay warm, but he accidentally leaned so hard that he knocked the candle over and set the carpet on fire. Sing Sing has hip dysplasia, so Sing Sing then eventually ended up having surgery done to try to correct the hip dysplasia. And now we were kind of exchanging back and forth, sharing some talking about rehabilitation and physical maintenance. I was sharing indirectly some of the people that I've encountered in my life with various mobility restrictions, not necessarily linked to genetic things, although it can't be ruled out. They simply deal with it, and I don't think it's severe enough, the people that I know that have these things. Learning how to walk is funny but hard. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, I don't, you know, I've been fairly fortunate in my life to not encounter any form of injury that forced that upon me, like to learn how to walk again. There were a couple close ones though. There were like close ones in the sense that there were temporary periods where I couldn't trust myself to walk properly or run properly, but that was due to like too much exhaustion. There was too much there was so much strain that it was borderline on a problem. But those were temporary problems. Yeah, those are temporary things. Your muscles know, but it doesn't work because no strength. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So my first mud mile, like, or my first Tough Mudder, I still remember this. So I was kind of like bedridden for like 4 days after the event, and I was bedridden because it's one of those things like, oh yeah, you know you can walk, so you just like hop out of bed and you just like fall on the ground. That's what happened. Like there were a couple periods in my life where you feel great doing the thing. You didn't really get injured per se. Like I didn't get injured. We were just like so high on adrenaline and stuff, and then the following days it almost feels like you don't have any confidence to walk anymore because you know how to walk, but the moment you go and do it, your body just gives up. And that's one of those moments. Like I get out of bed, I immediately fall on the ground. That's when I still sleep on like an elevator. You couldn't lift your legs by yourself. Yeah. Yep. Understandable. Interesting. Your best friend has also something with his hip. He said he'll probably need a prosthesis soon. Oh man. Yeah. I was describing a couple of my friends who the way their hip works, it keeps pinching. So like it's actually painful to sit like on the ground or sit in a particular position because it sends like shocks through their legs because it would pinch off one of their nerves, their psoriatic nerve on their hip. And that does have something to do with like weight distribution and your body posture over time. So you need those shots in stomach because of the thing you can get from not moving at all. I see. Interesting. How about you, Drama? Are you perfectly mobile and whatnot? Do you do cartwheels and backflips on a daily basis? I joke all the time about backflips and cartwheels and whatnot. I could do those things before. I don't do those things anymore. Now we just make sure that we can still walk around and like bend down and, you know, squat down and lift up and hang and pull ourselves up and stuff. That's what I typically maintain nowadays. Guess who faints when needing to have shots? Oh no. Oh no. Does look away work? Yeah, you only broke your collarbone once. Okay. What did you do with your collarbone? Did something hit you? Oof. You can feel it through your body. Oh, I see. Yeah. The mechanoreceptors from the, yeah. And you just faint from that feeling? Dang. Alright, so we have Patrick. Oh wait, but Patrick is in front of the chapel. Oh, so Patrick's not playing ping pong with Pinocchio. Oh, that's fine. So Patrick is in front of the chapel. And he's on a mound. He's on a mound. Whoops. Dropping the ball and playing ping pong with the priests. Close enough. You did used to do free running and dropped a height and rolled off. Oh, I see. Ah, you did some free running. Yeah, drop off. Yeah. You did some free running, huh? The closest thing I'll ever get to free running is doing mud runs. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna... I do kind of want to do another mud run sometime in the future before I'm too old to do it. Although I say that, but when I was in my 20s, my late 20s, I saw this 60-year-old man like left me in the dust at a Tough Mudder, and I'm like, okay. Obviously confirmation bias, but you know, your sentences and just woke up. That sounds like an excuse. Skill issue. I expect Germans to always be awake. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I did see you playing Aeon 2 though, even though you said you were gonna wait a week and a half until your GPU comes along. Discord do be ratting people out. I look at my Discord list a lot. Like my Discord list is like always available when I'm like not streaming, so I peep people's activities. You and your Aeon 2. Glad you can't see your games? Nah, see, then I can't go through the extra... Wait, I could see some of your games. Like, I did see that you were playing... We already talked about the game you were currently playing, which was the Resident Evil 0, right? We already talked about RE0, no? Wasn't that you? Or am I making that up? Oh no, just kidding, it's not you. That was Drama. Sorry, that was Drama. You are all the gacha stuff. You were the gacha stuff that you explained to me. Yeah, I can't actually see your games, yes. You were all the, like, you love gacha conversations that we had. And I was like playing Persona, when I was talking about Persona Phantom X. Drama is the RE guy. He was doing like RE and Aeon 2 and stuff. But then I can't bring up random things, you know? That's how I show I care. The more information I know, the more I look out for it. You think I don't know what the color of the sky is when you see my activity? You think I don't know what the color of the sky is when you see my activity? Oh, you're talking about like you don't touch grass if I saw your activity? I see. Actually really funny, you entered a random German stream playing Aeon 2 and met an old BDO mate in the chat. Oh, that's cute. What you guys talk about? I don't think I've ever met an old mate yet. Like, I didn't randomly bump into my old World of Warcraft peeps. I mean, I was a withdrawn teenager, so... Or I was, like, still a socially adjusting 20-year-old, I guess. Technically, it was in my 20s, so... I was still socially adjusting. I rarely have consistent memories of online activities. And it was in the beginning of the like online activities thing, so people don't socially keep in contact. Even less than now, in my opinion. He was trying to convince you to play BDO again. Oh no. Last 4 days, 6 hours of 6 hours of Cookie Run Kingdom. That's good to know. You can totally be doing Cookie Run Kingdom while walking outside though. And that he waits for the Aeon 2 EU release. I see. Well, that's awesome if you have time to hang out. You can't. I see. Fair enough. Okay. You don't have internet? Oh. Oh. That certainly would be a problem. Alright. Charlie Brown is in front of the pawn shop. This is where he acquired the super tiny umbrella that turned out to be useless because rain came down really hard and his little like clumsy hands basically lost the umbrella as well. And his elbows and hair got all mixed up with the water. Feels bad, man. Just buy internet. Small cap. Alright. So what are we doing? Goo? What is Goofy doing? Oh, Goofy is in front of the house. And he's a sucker. So he got suckered into buying a tombstone. And further suckered into some tombstone specific cleaning spray. But that's okay. Goofy's a happy doggo. He was going to use the tombstone to mark all his buried bones in the yards. Okay, now we have James Bond, who's in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Your fiance buys you $25 whenever it's empty. Don't have set plan yet, cause Visa. Oh, I see. Oh, which by the way, Ashes of Creation out the window. I didn't realize Ashes Creation already entered early access December 11th. I was like, and it's getting slapped pretty hard. It kind of hits all the red flags, so. That one person, that's 1 point for that one person, you know? That person that said the MMO doomsaying and stuff. That's another point for that imaginary opponent of mine. I'm not really missing out on anything, honestly. Winter sale started. Don't forget to pick up your free games, right, from Epic Store if you're using your Epic Store. Not sponsored, by the way, as Drama have mentioned. Today's game was... It's an indie game. It's a Viking related thing. Oh, Procom, yeah. Oh, it was Procall. Oh, sorry, it was Procall. Yeah, Procall. If you're using Epic Store, sorry. Yeah, Procall is really, he's quite a conscientious person. So it's nice to see that he's doing better. I knew him for a while now, like 3 or 4 months. Yeah, and he's doing better these days. Maybe even half a year. I think I might have known him for 6 months now, on and off. He stops by too, and it's nice to catch up with him, to know that he's doing better. He's working on his degree in machine learning. I'm not sure if that's what it's computer science related, but he's got like a master's, or I think it's a master's something. I told him that I would I look forward to celebrating his graduation. Graduation, and you love red flags in books only. Yeah, I'll keep you guys posted. You'll probably hear from me about if there's anything interesting going on when it comes to like video games and whatnot. Yeah. It's nice to hear over time so many people improving their lives. But not cheating. Cheating goes too far. Oh, the flags. Yeah, fair enough. It's nice to hear that all of you are having wonderful things happening. James just shared his haul for this Christmas. He's got his hands a lot on a lot of books. I myself do not read very often, largely because I don't have enough time, but it's nice to hear that other people still read, engage in intellectual pursuits in different way. You ordered the mentioned monitor? I thought you were browsing. Drama. I thought you were browsing. So much for like browsing. You're really stocking up? Alright, alright. Wait. But you're gonna get those things now and you're gonna go on vacation? Times changes. Fair enough. Running after a girl in the woods with a certain thing in their hand is very interesting and not a red flag at all. Excuse me? Excuse me? Yeah, I can't wait to hear about your RE9 experience, Drama. I don't play Resident Evil games anymore. I typically watch them. And I do have a potato that I am very close with who plays Resident Evil games. So I vicariously experience them through his lens. He has a very, very difficult time finding things to enjoy in life outside of like one or two things. So you guys are probably the healthier, like if I had to be like strictly honest, you guys, the two of you are like in general, despite your circumstances, like Xing circumstance, you have a lot more auspicious way of looking at things compared to maybe like the vast majority of others that I interact with. There's not a lot of sunshine or overcoming or tolerance. It's more like life just sucks, but they're doing it anyways situation. Some of them are brighter than usual. Like many of them are getting brighter. Some of them are getting darker, unfortunately. And we'll see what 2026 brings, right? People call you Happy Virus for a reason. Yeah, Bree is here often, openly sharing on a chat. Bree, it's really great to see how much of a difference she's been making with her life in the past month. So that's because I got this impression. It starts with mostly negative things. Those I become used to conversing, it often starts with negative things. Most people introduce themselves based on their problems and their negativity, and that's good in my opinion. That's functionally good because they are also spending time trying to share that. However, when I think about it, like how often is a random stranger online going to respond to that? And I would say realistically, you would not get compassion most of the time, like in a manner that would be functionally helpful for that person, largely because of where they seek that, you know, if you do a parasocial relationship, for example, and you're like, oh, how do I get advice about things? You would go to someone who's very influential, know what they're talking about, and everyone keeps recommending them, they can't form that because they're already swarmed with like hundreds and thousands of people. So that's not like and it's the more common situation. So it's kind of lovely to see that there are still people who are willing to reach out to other people in a smaller setting and still take that chance. Remember that I want to remind most people that it is very risky. Still, it's not a social norm online to expect that someone who is less exposed have less credibility because the internet works on numbers. So credibility and probability goes up with the exposure, but the problem is the ability to have feedback and interaction goes down with that. So you can't have the cake and eat it. Like, for example, there are really wonderful people out there, and in order to think that you out of the 10 million people would be someone that they would find time to help despite being really wonderful people, it's not like realistically possible. So it's very expected that the first thing you interact with online, especially in like a situation like this, would be someone who is suffering or just looking for some reprisal from their even like I think the vast majority of them are looking for confirmation bias to have someone just say, yeah, that sucks. But I don't want to do that. Honestly, I'm like pretty straight. I'm pretty direct about this. I'm not gonna that talk about pity, right? I'm not gonna pity you. I'm gonna encourage you to do things. So the only thing that will get you to leave is when you find it annoying that I keep telling you to keep sharing things you can do, as opposed to constantly telling you like, oh yeah, well that sucks. Like, okay, well let's all go in a corner and wallow in our lives, like, our life circumstances. Probably not me. I usually drive people away before I start pitying them. Yeah, sometimes that confirmation bias is all one needs. Exactly. However, I usually take it to the next level. Like, you acknowledge that, and my acknowledgement, my confirmation bias of all one needs is to encourage that person to do more, to do with that. That's what I call accountability, right? So when you confirm something, immediately it goes into accountability. Is where my push would be. I confirm that the thing sucks, but in order to have the person take accountability for it, and my own accountability, an investment must be done. So if I'm investing in someone, the two of us will have accountability for those things. So then the burden from that confirmation bias is distributed. Even so little is good enough too. When you redistribute, that's where I feel that sometimes confirmation bias is all one needs. It's to redistribute the pain, or like the sentimentalism. I go one better than that, in my opinion. I will immediately say like, how about we share even more than simply confirming that? So that accountability can help even redistribute it even further. Yeah, confirmation bias is a way to redistribute the pain, right? Like when you're being upset with something, if someone else knows it, it still redistributes some of it. And then afterwards, that person can provide feedback or talk about things, further distributing the tough decision or tough situation they are in. And then when they're healthy, we say goodbye. Most of the time. And if you're wondering how often I meet healthy people, I do meet healthy people, like, not it's not that rare. I would say 20% of the time they're very successful, and people who are just coming by randomly like, oh yeah, that's interesting, and then I never see them again because they're healthy. They usually go about their business, right? So it's like, oh yeah, I've been busy, and occasionally they would drop by like once a year. It's like, oh, how often? Like for example, Blaze stopped by 3 weeks ago and told me that he's heading to Taiwan, and then somewhere in Southeast Asia, Southeast China, for vacation. And he's one of the people I met 2 years ago. It's been across 2 years. Where, here's the fun, interesting thing about successful people. The reason why we don't talk anymore or we don't hang around anymore is because he doesn't like being unable to. He doesn't like that I reject being instructed or corrected. So he has a like an emotional tolerance thing between seeing someone make mistakes and learn from them. He himself do appreciate the idea of learning from mistakes. The thing is, we have different receptions to how to tolerate people making mistakes. Like, I'm a patient person, I suppose, and provided that the person is making adequate improvements, I usually watch with a like being available kind of situation. But he doesn't necessarily agree with that. He is more of a person who would intervene when they can help. So that's where him and I, over time, we kind of have a conflict of interest. So generally he doesn't hang around. Not that we don't appreciate each other and understand our mutual empathy, but generally there are individuals who are less tolerant of watching people stumble and learn and stuff. Or perhaps it's also a situation where if you're really commonly around those you're helping, seeing someone who can help themselves is still not going to make that situation any more tolerable. Like, for example, just because I know I can help you, I don't help the person unless I know they're willing to accept help. Like he and I have a different approach in this situation. Like, the emotional investment is in a different balance. And it deals with cultural differences. I would say it revolves a lot around cultural differences. One of the cultural differences when it comes to East and West is you help people when you're asked. But it would be considered interloping if you're presuming that because you know better and you can help, that you should help at any time. Again, both of those situations can be an act of kindness. It's just different cultural perspective on these things. Protocol always asks me these questions about comparing, like generalizing the East meets West thing. I'm an East meets West product, so I know that sounds a little generalizing, but I do have to weigh these things a lot of times. Helping someone when you know their cultural background, it can either be a kindness that is ill received, or a kindness that is received with open arms. And usually the Eastern cultures tend to be one where a face culture means that one is expected to overcome their mistakes and improve upon their mistakes. So when someone who's very benevolent, that might be very characteristic of, say, the United States, for example, Americans, that can be seen as a conflict of interest. I'm not sure if you guys experience this in your respective countries or being around other cultures. It can create a very misunderstood interaction, and usually that deals with like extended emotional things. it's what extends from the idea of like a stereotype of people who have a hard time asking for help, which is the pros and cons about a face culture. People don't ask for help because it's a point of embarrassment, or it's a point of expectation that they would recover from any hardships that they have, versus another take, which is the camaraderie. It's ironic. I understand. Like, one of the paradoxes and irony about a communal culture is that everyone is expected to be able to contribute to the community, but they are also people who do not interlope or openly help each other because they're expected to always have their act together. In the individualistic countries, it often comes on the actions of always focusing on the individual is that they are also motivated to treat other people as individuals. So it comes with this interloping thing, a bit of more narcissistic or ethnocentric point of view, which results in people wanting to openly interfere and help each other. It's weird, I know, but it's happened so consistently. So the consequences don't necessarily flow logically when you think about it too wide. Where like a communal country, you would think, would openly want to interlope and help each other to bring each other up, but that's not the case. Behaviorally, it's usually everyone is doing their part, so they are expected to do their part. And asking for help and helping others is actually less common in them, like Chinese and Japanese cultures. You would have to ask permission to help someone, or that person asks you for help. But when you're interloping and you're trying to make the argument, well, it's for the community. If you go help someone, it helps the entire community, right? That's not how that really usually turns out. And in the flip side, people think of individualistic countries where it's like, oh yeah, everyone's always going about their business. It's like, but the individual, when they are egocentric and they know they can help, it propels them to help other people because they're taking an individualistic approach. It's like, if I help this person, that person could feel good and I could feel good by helping being able to help that person. So I have like this combination of things going on all the time. Like, I juggle between, is this a person who would ask for my help, or would they want help? Would they want help by showing but not asking, and they would be grateful? So often on the internet, it's a bit of both. So you have to determine if the person is screaming out for help and they're expecting to be helped, which internet Gen Z tends to be that way. So they don't tell you they need help. They kind of want you to know how to help. Is the more common one. It's like more common. And then when you have the other one where you have older, like in other countries, they don't ask for help, and they really do mean it. That you have to wait for them to ask for help. So it's like an open arms reciprocation thing. And we kind of talked about it the other day about baton sharing, like drama, the whole like wait for someone the turn to speak. That translates to help as well. Like, you don't help someone unless they pass you the opportunity to help them. That's one of the, like, at least in the Chinese culture that I was raised in by my parents, and then how I see it from a foreigner perspective in Japanese culture. They give you the baton, the privilege to help them. It is not, it is about the face culture. So when someone truly asks for help, they're actually bending their face for something that they can't handle. So it often comes as a trade-off for not being able to solve it themselves. And then the Western side is like very in a different way. It's like, oh hey, you want to come and help? It's like, hey, can I help you? And it's just assumed because it a win-win. Most of the time, helping someone is a win-win. In face culture, it's often a win-lose or like a let's see. Your country, Netherlands, we just say things without thinking, so I'm unsure how your country is with this subject. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know enough about Netherlands, so I don't... I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, you just say things without thinking. Yeah, right now, I'm in between two worlds. Like, very often. And I think the internet is kind of like 70-30. Like overall. And 70 is kindness. Like open kindness. And then 30 is more like permission. However, if we go to like Gen Z, and we're talking about online specifically, not like people who are well adjusted in their own culture. Gen Z online, like we're talking about chronic online Gen Z. This is a smaller group than the rest of the world, right? The people who have loving families, and usually it's like 80%. It's even higher. 80%, 20%. And generally, if you approach it with open kindness, they're incredibly receptive. Like when someone goes out of their way to acknowledge and try to help someone, despite them not asking for help, it usually works. Usually. I did encounter a couple situations where like I didn't ask for your help. Like, does it look like I need help? And I'm one of them, by the way. I belong, like, I'm not Gen Z though, right? But I am one of those people who watch me fix my problems. Watch me learn with my problem. But I'm streaming with the intent of doing that. Not because I'm looking for problems that people... I'm not like giving an open invitation. So this is where the Gen Z group and me conflict. I don't share things because I can't solve them. Gen Z, though, when they stream and stuff, there's an open generosity. Like, oh, come play games with me. Or, oh, hey, let's solve this puzzle together because I don't know if I can solve it together, by myself. That type of thing is more common in the younger generation now. So that's... And it's not a bad or good thing, in my opinion. It's more like, how do you socialize and how you read it? So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, this is the right answer, it's like, thanks. Now I learned nothing. So it can come off as a little ungrateful, which is because I belong more to the permissions group when I'm streaming. I'm streaming for the intent of showing people how you can help yourself, not necessarily streaming because I need help. It's the other way around, in my opinion, like 80% of the time for Gen Z people, like chronically online Gen Z. Like if you find a Gen Z streamer, maybe like in their 18 or 19, they're looking for confirmation. They're looking for affirmation. So they want recognition for what they can do. And then when they can't do it, it's nice to have other people to support them. That's what they're doing when they're streaming. Like sometimes they're trying to curb their social anxiety, so they go online to speak, to have opportunities to speak, but they need people to speak to. So how many times have you probably heard? I heard this way too many times. Like at least 50% of the people, what they're gonna say is they want to become a content creator. And then why? Because they have social anxiety. And somehow being online, because they're in their comfort zone, can give them the opportunity to work on their social anxiety by communicating and talking through a mic, and then, use a virtual avatar, whatever gets you to that. And then they would quit like 3 months later because no one talks to them. Right? This is a very habitual pattern. So this correlates with my observation that they're looking for affirmation and confirmation. I can keep doing this with no one ever talking to me. Like, I can keep doing this even if I'm posting videos and no one sees it. I'm doing it for myself. It's cathartic because I record keep. Maybe one day I'll have a loved one who wanted to see what I did in my 40s. That's what I'm doing this for. And anything else beyond that, like you guys, Sing Sing, Drama, James, you're bonuses. And that doesn't mean you're not important. The idea is that I'm trying to tell you that you have no obligation to need to help me or like do anything that would take time away from your life. I'm openly trying to give something that I have plenty of time to give. We are cheerleaders. So when you're down, so I'm streaming for the intent that I want to make other people's lives better. I'm not trying to make my life better. But if we both work together and we both win-win, that's great. So that's one of the biggest differences between, in my opinion, a Gen Z and a millennial. A millennial that you see, like the content creators, you know, the 1 mil content creators and stuff. They're doing it because they want to give something. They're not doing it because like they want to share something. But the newer Gen Zs, they have to make it first. So the Gen Zs have to make it before they can give back. So because they're younger, they're looking for identity. They're looking to build their reputation so that they can feel good enough. You know, the whole like heart fill thing. They're trying to fill their hearts so that they can share it again. And I don't require that. So it's nice to have people, like, I'm not saying that I'm like, oh, don't help me. Like, if you want to help me, feel free, but you don't have to. You can leave at any time. You can enjoy your life, take what you need, because I'm not here to be someone that needs support. I'm here to support others. And that's kind of one of the bigger differences here. You are very honest people that don't care about other people's feeling most of the time. Like, if we don't like you, we just say it to your face. That's fair. Germany is the same as the Netherlands in that way. Efficient, direct communication. I can see that. That's like kind of the opposite of Chinese and Japanese culture. Yeah, you never insult, like, you just never, like, that's kind of one of those things, right? Like, when people say like, oh, like, Japanese, do I have the 7TV extension? I do, because one of the potatoes really like the 7TV extension, and I gave him administration privileges, so if you see any of the emotes, like your common words being triggering the 7TV extension, I'm sorry. If you don't like it, I know what the words are, even through the emote, because the potato that I have like a 6-year relationship with likes doing those. So when you type, sometimes it comes off as weird emotes, but I already know what the emotes are. I know exactly what you're asking. So hear me out. In the Japanese side of things and the Chinese side of things, right? A lot of times foreigners and strangers will say, oh yeah, they're always so nice. Like, yes, it's part of the behavior. It's not a bad or good thing. Cultural differences. I am going to be 90% of the time, I've embraced what my parents, what I inherited from my parents' thing is I am always nice. Like, when I'm a stranger, even if the stranger spits in my face, I'm nice. It must have been a misunderstanding. That's face culture. So when you guys were talking about like Netherlands and Germans having direct communication, yeah, indirect communication. Indirect communication is king in at least Chinese and Japanese culture. You have to maintain face all the time. And it's an expectation mutually. So it doesn't really work if I go to like, I'm not saying go to Germany. Like if I go to Germany, I'm not going to act like that. If you know what I mean. Like we're not talking about appropriateness, right? We're not talking about appropriateness. So like if you go to Rome, if you're in Rome, do as the Romans do. That's my opinion, because I'm usually in between. But when you're in Japan, or if you're like my parents, they're gonna do something like they're in China. So oftentimes that can come off as like a little bit mistranslation in the United States, depending on who they interact with. But for myself, I code swap. If I know I'm talking to someone who's particularly in a specific culture that I'm aware of, I would act appropriately in that nature. So the face culture is, yes, you are nice. If there is a problem, it's both of your problems. Both individuals would assume that they did something wrong, and what they would immediately do is apologize to each other. It works because everyone's on the same page. But if I'm like in Germany, according to you guys, and Netherlands, I would be more direct. Like, I'll be like, I'm sorry, this sucks. Like, do you have a better one? If you don't, I'm just gonna go and buy it from a better place. Instead of, oh, that's okay, like, you know, this is lovely, even though it sucks. I was like, oh, that's really nice. Oh, your child is very excitable, even though the child is really annoying and really loud, right? That's the difference, one of the biggest differences. And I can't wait to hear what you think, Drama, when you go to Japan again. Or like Japan for the is this the first time or the second time? I don't remember if you went. I kind of remember you saying you went before. 7TV, you love emails. You're nice, but in your head you're totally, that's gonna be interesting how you're gonna handle that. Oh, second time. Okay. If someone spits in your face, 100% you're getting in your face. But you meant when you're eventually living there. Oh yeah. Yeah, when you're living there, vacation is whatever. Okay, yeah. When you're living there. That's like, it's different. Like, hear me out. The spit in your face thing, I don't have a literal spit in your face example in my life, but I have an example where I stood there and for 15 minutes someone yelled at me. And the one proper thing you say is, I'm sorry that I screwed up. And you walk away. Because whatever it is, you did something to anger the person. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. The most polite thing is not to escalate the thing. That person is your senior. So like, I know some people are like, oh man, I wouldn't be able to take it, like something like that. It's like, you go have a drink at a pub with your coworker, and then you spill the tea with your coworker. Right? Like, if you're looking at the signs of Japanese culture and like even Chinese culture, you basically go and spill the tea and find camaraderie with your closest coworker at like a izakaya. Like, go to a izakaya in the evening and chill with your coworkers, and you complain about your boss. That's kind of what it's like. My parents, they are the nicest, kindest people that you can have when they're operating their restaurant. And then when they come home, they complain, they let it, like, they yell and complain about things, and then they go back to work. Put on that face. No, thanks. Thanks, drama. If customers heard whatever my fiance say to his coworkers, he would have been fired long ago. Like, and hear me out. Hear me out, drama and Xing Xing. This is how humans find ways to negotiate these things. That's how you preserve harmony. I know I'm starting to sound like a cheesy Chinese person, which I'm not a Chinese person, right? I'm American. Or like a foreigner who's trying to project Japanese culture. Humans find harmony in different ways. And in Japanese and Chinese culture, you suck it up. Like you suck it up. You have seniorities and you have juniors. So you keep it at home and you find ways to manage it. You balance the bad with the good. That's the whole yin yang, right? Situation, and like Shintoism and whatnot. You keep certain things and you balance your life that way. And then there's like the individualistic approach where you get it all out and it's always like direct. You confront things immediately. You burn bridges immediately. That happens too. It's an interesting, I mean, at least in my opinion, I think about these things all the time because it's always back and forth. Like in between, back and forth, each and every day. I go out, my friends have different social conditionings, and then I come back home, it's different. If my mother nags at me and say that I'm not taking care of myself, I'm lonely and I need help, like I should go buy a house and all that, I don't talk back to that. Like that's not what you do. You know that your seniors, your parents and stuff know better. It doesn't matter if you think they know better or not, or that you have experiences that you're keeping from them or something like that. You don't burden them with your own problems. So these are things that, like, even in the household, whenever people talk about their family situation and like how withdrawn they are or what they share with their parents, it's a different dynamic. Like my parents and I, we don't ever burden. Like my father could have 3 heart attacks before he even tells me he had a heart attack. That's kind of like the nature of what it's like when face culture takes to the max. Learning to deal and handle everything by yourself is what makes you a contributor to society. You do not burden society with your problems. And then in public, you don't ever do that. It's the biggest fear. If you escalate a problem despite being righteously correct or expressing honesty, that's a hit on the community. But the idea is in that country, like in Japan and stuff, everyone is doing that. Like most people are expected to do that. So it's a win-win. It usually is everyone's kind of looking out for each other in a way, in a different way. And then, I grew up in the United States, so the majority of my interactions are not with other Chinese people. And the world works quite differently there. He is like, if this person wants this, I go, oh. Want to be careful. Oh no. I have a high school friend that's like that. I was sharing it with Mika the other day. I had a high school friend who actually wrote a Steam review using that type of line of thought openly, and his review got banned by Steam, which is a fairly appropriate because of Gen Z, right? Gen Z, current Gen Z mentality online that can be very openly detrimental, more so than helpful. So that's kind of the world, a bit of the world we live in right now. We hate ads unless you have Twitch Turbo for some reason. Your family is so different than your fiance's family. Your family talks back, almost zero respect for each other. I see. Your fiance family respect elders and mostly parents. So yeah, exactly. By the way, my sister and I accepted my family's value. My sister had my sister has a more of a middle ground. So a lot of times second gen kids can decide to reject or accept values. So for me, I accepted my family's values. So I rarely ever talk back. Like even when I was having a temper tantrum and stuff, I usually feel guilty of all of that. So when I was younger, I hated myself for having temper problems. And I am the person I am today because I had to understand how to deal with my temper problems. So my my temperament in general improved over time because it is expected of me. So every time I lash out or become frustrated and project my own problems, I immediately feel guilty afterwards. Even despite being pushed to the limit multiple times when I was a younger person who just can't handle that as much. Now it takes a really large threshold. And there is a pros and cons to this, because if you're doing that, when it happens, when you break, which is very noticeable in Japanese and Chinese culture, when you break, it is incredibly violent. Like, it is exceptionally violent. That's where the pros and cons of like a direct communication culture, you let out steam as it comes. So there will be less and less explosive meltdowns and breakouts, which is what happens in like Asian households a lot of times. They're very explosive. Like, because I mean, how does it feel if you bottled your experiences like all the time? Like that's what happens a lot of times when you see like extreme closeted behavior. It's a consequence of that. So it's one of those trade-offs. Not bad or good. Balancing, right? Balancing stuff. Maku, would be great if you had like a merge chat scrolling above your head so I can read the YouTube or the... No. I don't... for the record, I don't put obviously chat on the screen, largely because of courtesy. Like a lot of times the discreetness is important because the subject matters that I talk about would be can be very sensitive most of the time. Yeah, but I did get that question before where like I have double scrolling things. Usually what I would plan to do is I read out the comments. I read out both comments. It's a public chat, I suppose, but not people don't see those chats when they look back. I can tell you people don't read chats when they read back unless it's on the screen. But hear me out. I don't like, it's a courtesy, it's a mutual trade-off. Having screens on chat would be a different purpose. It serves a different purpose than paying attention. It's a personal choice. I've already made that choice a long time ago. It's a common practice on Twitch and YouTube, but I don't typically find that very helpful. And it does lead to spamming. I understand that if it was just you guys, or like if you expect most people would talk and type like you, like drama, like when you're asking about that, most people don't. If chat, like, and I already tested this. I already tested this because the moment I used to have chat on screen, and what I got was the equivalence of 67 lol spamming, emote spamming, and that defeats the whole intent of having the chat on screen anyways. So before we even get to that point, I removed it. That is one of the pros and cons about the things. Yeah. But you can make those emotes still show up on my screen every once in a while. I did put that there somewhere. Like the supported emotes can still show up on screen. That's my compromise. Just don't do it too frequently to tell people that's what it's available. After your fiance's dad passed away, the family kind of broke. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. They are more housemates than family since his mom moved on already and possibly engaged to this new guy, which nobody here agrees with. Oh. Wow, that's not very wow. That's unexpected. Yeah, most of the time, so I usually don't hear that too much. My family, they're like my extended family, they're incredibly traditional family members. So a partner is partner for life. Like there's no thing about moving on. I know how that sounds, and it sounds like not even a year. You kind of understand why. Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, like it's a taboo. It's not like a strictly forbidden law or something. It's like a spiritual and morality, somewhat spiritual and morality or superstition based practice, but most people marry for life. And then when they lose their partner, they know how to move on in the sense of finding solace of like knowing that that's going to happen. Like, for example, I have family members who, on the super rare occasion, like we're talking about really super rare occasion, there was a divorce. Or there was a divorce between them, but they don't remarry. They learn that the families that they have around them produces that support system. So I can kind of see how that would break the family and be like exchange if there was a family member that did that immediately. If I'm trying to read it properly. It is unexpected. Like my parents at the peak, they hated each other. Like what I mean is they didn't hate each other because they didn't fall in love or wanted to start a family. It's like there was so much pressure, so many things was getting ready to tear them apart. Actually, now they do this really weird thing where they argue every single day to get it out of the way and then repeat the same process every single day. Literally every single day. I can't tell you how many times they would say something like, well, I could leave just now, and it never happens, right? So the idea is like, at least traditionally, Chinese families, it's like a marriage for life. Despite even having a history of polygamy and all that stuff, like dynastic periods, you know, that practice patriarchal society. Nowadays, monogamy is like for life. Just whether it's post-death or not, it is very, very difficult for a widow or a widower to like find solace in seeking someone else after the initial marriage and after the initial divorce, if that ever happens. Divorces are extreme situations where literally someone is harming someone else. So even then they try to make it work. So if something turned around that quickly, it basically breaks the family, in my opinion. If we're talking about an Eastern culture situation. I'm not saying everyone does. It's just a really high frequency. It's one of the like sacred things. It's kind of interesting because American culture used to have that. If I was born in my parents' generation in the United States, that used to be the thing. That used to be the patriarchal, stronger, conservative thing where holy matrimony is permanent. It's like shameful and incredibly deleterious to ever consider divorce as a thing. It's sacrilegious, right? And that's where my parents' generation lines up, actually, when it comes to Chinese practices. But the Chinese practices continue to be held true. Meanwhile, you know, I'm a millennial, and then now we're getting to Gen Z. And if you're talking about the westernized culture, especially the American culture, divorces happen all the time. People have to keep trying. It's through trying and trusting and betrayal and mistrust that you eventually find your life partner. That's becoming a little bit more the, like, how do you say, progressive point of view, right? You don't always stay married to your first love, that type of situation. And here I am. If you're wondering, have I ever been in a relationship? Technically, no. And what do my parents and I usually expect? The moment that we try the first time, it would be the partner for life. So, like, obviously my sister is very different because she and I accepted different values, but they're not compatible. So, like, the reason why I'm not in a relationship right now is because I'm not compatible with the current average social expectations in the United States. Most people think like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go on a date, and then, you know, 3 or 4 months later, like, this isn't working out, let's go our separate ways. That's a very typical thing, even among like a lot of second generation immigrants from like Asian cultures. They would immediately adopt to the westernized perception, and that would be an immediate conflict of interest. No one has, like, I'm volunteering some stuff that no one has really actually asked me. They always ask me if I'm in a relationship or do I have a significant other, but they don't ever ask why I don't have a significant other. And that's like my voluntary share, because I think I wanted to reciprocate your share about your fiance's family. Marrying for financial benefits. Before universe brand. Your fiance's uncle live with you guys as well? Her brother. Okay. He, your fiance, and his brother and you will all move out if that guy comes to live with you guys here. That's how bad it is. Yep. You get disowned. That's disownership. Like, breaking the family unit, at least in my opinion. I know I'm projecting a little bit about your fiance's background, but when you break up a household, like if my father like said, oh yeah, I'm just gonna leave the family because there's a better opportunity somewhere else, the other, expecting that he would be respected in the other family is non-existent either. Like, if you were trying to surround yourself with the same thoughts, like the same monocultural experience like Chinese, when someone gets divorced, you are unwanted. If you abandon your fealty, like fidelity, to your original family unit, then no other family unit is going to even trust you in the first place. So it's kind of like you have to be extremely case in order to ever think that what you're doing by betraying the trust of the family unit would yield another family embracing you, right? However, it is possible when you're in a multicultural situation, because then you have other people who have different perspectives. People have second chances. Maybe the family was doing a disservice to, so there are other ways to argue. However, in this situation, like for my parents, they do not see remarrying or being a part of another family as an option, or starting another family. That is not an option. You marry for the sake of like your morality, your soul, and your integrity. So you do whatever possible it is to keep the family unit together, even suffering for the rest of your lifetime. That's kind of like one of the things that kind of makes me if someone asks me like, What do you think hardship is? Like, I suck it up. I'm not gonna burden you with my suffering, obviously. I wouldn't even burden my parents with my suffering when I was younger. I was already in that state of mind. If you are suffering, you suffer for your family. So oftentimes, the moment you betray your family, you're disowned. You get disowned. And we're not talking about like legalities and paperwork. You legitimately get, like, the whole family unit will turn against you. And that is because your commitment to the family unit was a sacrilegious act. And that's kind of why I found like the 70s, like the 70s and 80s, or like the early 60s, like late 60s of the United States when it comes to like marriage and a family unit, to be very wholesome. It's like one of the things that kind of resonated like in a coincidental way with Chinese values. Family, yes, disownership happens a lot. It doesn't have to be on paper. When you betray the family unit, you are effectively disowning yourself, and you should know the consequences of being disowned. Like, you know, you're that common over exaggerating thing, like, I don't have a father anymore. For example, it happens. Like, I don't have a son anymore, right? When the oldest son betrays the expectation of the family and they put something else ahead of the family, you're disowned. You're no longer the son of the family. And that's very real. And that fear and that like obligation is one of the core principles, in my opinion, that leads to such stringent, strong-willed Asian culture stereotypes. So like maybe in a weird humble bragging way, I deal with hardship like I deal with my family dynamics. I don't give up. I do everything. I would suffer as much as I can ever bear for people of my family, like members of my family. So if I can do that, I can also do things for myself. You're fine with divorce and finding a new person, which is your mom's situation. Fair enough. She was by herself for 12 years after your dad left. But still living so long with someone and then move on within a year goes a bit too far, yeah. Communication is very important within the family as well, and not just hiding major stuff from others. It's both. The answer is both. You gotta know who you're talking with. So while you say hiding major stuff from others can be very beneficial, sharing them can be very deleterious. That's, you know, it's different cultures, different perspectives. One of the social norms of Asian culture is to hide major stuff so that you can spare your family of the burden. And we're not talking like, when you're thinking about hiding major stuff, the culture that don't believe not just hiding major stuff, and well, this also is inferring that the culture has a heightened awareness of hiding bad stuff, like secrecy and stuff. Generally speaking, major stuff, like you're about to say like infidelity and stuff. Major stuff like, oh, I have a new partner and oh, I'm engaged. Yes. So that is exactly why you said that, because you live in a culture that permits that. Like, what I mean is it encourages that. And I'm not saying that someone is going out to do this. It's that when you said it, not just hiding major stuff from others, you're immediately thinking of the person hiding something out of misdeeds because they lack the integrity to share those things. The major stuff that I'm talking about in a face culture is you hide stuff that when it is hidden, you have the trust that they hide the stuff because they have your best interest in mind. That's how the other culture balances it out. The expectation is if they're not willing to tell you something, it's probably something that will harm you, and you trust that they have your best interest in mind. So when you're thinking about not just hiding stuff from others, it is good to have important communication. You are referring specifically to bad things that are hidden, not good things. And what I mean by good things are good things in a form of that they're bad if being told. And that's kind of like one of the biggest mistranslations, miscommunications that happen a lot of times between someone who's hiding something, because they can both be bad and good things that they hide. And they're both inherently bad, but the act of telling can be both bad and good. I can give you an example. Having a terminal disease. This is something that splits Western and Eastern culture a lot. When someone has a terminal disease, and there's no right or wrong answer to this. As someone who's like multicultural, there's so many answers and problems with this. And I honestly have no idea how I'm going to approach this in the future, because I will have to approach this in the future. There's actually a lot of movies built around this concept of having terminal disease. Do you tell your loved ones that you have a terminal disease? Or do you hide it? Is it a betrayal? It would be a betrayal, sort of, in a Western culture. It would be the expected in an Eastern culture. And it gets a little even more complicated. What if a member knows, but the person themselves don't, that they have a terminal disease? Yeah, so it's really tough. Like I can't even, I'm still processing this, because I'm getting to that age. My parents, once I turn 40 and 50, this is the discussion that my parents will be having. Like everyone, most of my extended family will be having with each other. What happens with these things that you hide? And they're major stuff. They're major negative stuff. And a part of me in American culture is that we tell that stuff. Like we share the burden. But if you ask my father and mother, they wouldn't share it. They would not tell you these things, because they don't want you to be unhappy for them. Like it's their burden to carry, but they don't want to share it with the family. And oftentimes in these situations, you find out very, very late. Like you find out at like one of the, like a week before or something like that. I want to say my goodbye. Like that's what they do. So when we're talking about infidelity and stuff, it gets really hairy too. And when you watch like dramas, like anime and shows and stuff, while there are dramatizations, it happens a lot. Like infidelity happens in a really, really roundabout way. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not unexpected that one of the major stuff is, I have a new partner situation. Like you learn it at the most inopportune moments. It's kind of like one of the behavioral trade-offs. I'm not saying it's acceptable or it's going to make you feel better or happy or you should be understanding or whatnot. I actually think the comments, like what's happening is what is the consequences of those things. And those are the actions that I would feel are incredibly warranted. Like they check out with each other. Like very strong breakups and very sudden revelations are what keeps a deterrence-based culture intact. The deterrence is so great that when you find out major stuff, They are often when major stuff happens. And then the response and the consequences are incredibly polarized too. Not the let's hash it out, let's talk it out over time. You saw this coming because everyone's open, because they're open about major stuff and minor stuff. That's kind of what I like about, like, take this with a grain of salt. That's kind of what I like about the American culture. People there are examples like self-harm and, you know, quote unquote suicides and stuff. That's an extraneous, like, that's a really strong extreme example. But when it comes like family discontent and like feelings, that lack of mutual respect sometimes, you know, like restraint between authority and hierarchy, it allows gradual communication, and things become predictable. So like, yeah, you saw the writing on the wall a long time ago. A divorce is ready to happen because people consistently work and communicate on that. And that's kind of what I use most of the time. I use what you're saying most of the time. The communication is very important within a family as well, and not just hiding major stuff from others. It same applies to the family unit. I use Americanized and Westernized approaches to communication. Like right now, the way we're talking and how I'm like relating to other people's problems and whatnot, I'm using a Westernized approach most of the time. Talking, highlighting, pointing out things as we go. Alternatively, you have drama is familiar, like you have churn, who is like kind of interacting in between, and usually you suck it up. You suck it up until you can't handle it anymore, and then you have a massive breakdown, or you create a massive betrayal, and that who else do you have to blame but yourself? And then everyone will blame you because you're the person who failed to hold up. That's, yeah, it sounds like some people might say that's a terrible way to live, and others say that's the normal thing that happens. And I kind of have a little bit of both. I hope this isn't like striking anyone's nerve or whatnot. I'm trying to sound like quite as neutral as I can, because I live both. I live both of those circumstances, and it makes life very interesting to navigate that. And I imagine you have ambivalence with that too, seeing that your fiance is of a different culture. Startling different culture. You're fine with hiding stuff if it doesn't affect the family for a while, but in your family, fiance's family, it's happening right now. Like, she's actively working on his visa and getting him here. I see. Like, his brother doesn't tell his relationship to you guys, which are totally fine. Yeah, that's what. And then you're handling that, I suppose. There's no conditions in a, like, to me, there's less conditions. Like, there's no if, buts, whats when it comes to monoculture. So whenever you're talking about like you're fine with hiding stuff if it doesn't affect the family for a while, that's pretty much not how monocultures think. It's always going to be something, and it's always going to be another thing. And I totally understand from your perspective when you're adding ifs. I add ifs all the time too, because conditionals are what makes people understanding. And they are also coming from experiences of different situations. You can imagine the different situations. It's interesting when you interact with people who don't have ifs, buts, and only normals. Thank you for sharing, by the way, Ding Sing. This is a topic that I'm not entirely sure if people find compelling nowadays. It's very revealing. I agree with you, by the way. I actually believe that when people have more culture around their life, they come up with more ifs, buts, conditionals, and they ultimately become more agreeable. Right? Like you start like I don't think it's a two-way. I don't think you go back. So when it comes to ifs, buts, maybes, and like agreeability, it doesn't go backwards. It only goes in one direction. So when someone becomes more cultured, you don't go back. It's very difficult to go backwards. And like my life is already over here. Right. However, there will be people you visit in your life or you're going to encounter in your life where they're still heavily of one thought. Right? Of one thought. And I truly believe that humans, and this is my like mantra, like the more you know, right? The more you understand in life, the more you think about how, what, why, if, buts, just in case, and whatnot. And hear me out, it's not actually really fair because that also means you have more strife, ambivalence, imposter syndrome, conflicts, and you can't go backwards. Like humans don't go backwards on this, unless like maybe dementia or like amnesia. Like I can't think of a human being who wish that they would. There are human beings, by the way, that in their time of desperation, they wish they can forget things. They wish they can go backwards, like to a better time, right? Nostalgia is a great example, right? You can watch a bunch of movies. Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is a great one if you've never seen that movie. Jim Carrey, Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, where what if you can erase it? I mean, Neuralink isn't that far apart, you know? There are a lot of science fiction, like Black Mirror did a couple episodes about being able to erase or reprogram someone's memory. But for now, in terms of humans, the more experience you have, the more conflicted you will be. And I totally understand that you're trying to find all of the ways to be agreeable and fair. And that's kind of what makes multiculturalism like almost speak a different language. Like the way you're writing and talking about the things you're saying, that's exactly why I enjoy finding the minority. Multiculturalism is still the minority because humans are a creature of habit, right? So here, I totally understand. I think about this all the time, actually. I'm not married, right? And I don't have children. So I have to answer this question all the time. Like, not on stream. Not on stream. People don't ask me about like what are my conditions for marriage or something like that. Someone asked me like what's my type? Like I do get that question. What's my type? I don't know. Someone asked me that was German too, but I don't think it was drama. Asked me like what's my type, right? Or what is the quality? And often my life has taught me agreeability. Oh yeah, and human, yes. Agreeability is number one. And what is agreeability? The reason why I chose agreeability because it's inferred that there's communication. And it's also inferred that there's compassion. That's it. That's what I want in a partner for life. Agreeability. The reason why is agreeability represents culture. someone who understands what I mean when I say agreeability is someone that has the qualities that would match and reflect my personality, my soul, like everything about me. Understanding, being understanding is the quality of someone who has spent lives in Eastern culture and Western culture. You prefer night owls? But my father and my mother prioritize other things. Like they talk about, you know, honest day's work, where they're from, what type of values they have. And my first thought is, if someone if I talk to this person and all they do and me and them do is we discuss what we know and we spend a wonderful time discussing the differences, similarities, that's a partner. Has that happened before? No, that hasn't happened before. Usually, a lot of times my parents try to like set me up, which is a common practice, by the way. It's still relatively common. Like, try to, you know, get our mind out of Americana and like other things, but our parents know parents know other parents, which they have children, and their parents should know what their children are like. Take that with a grain of salt. Very specific parents, like my parents and their friends, know their children very well because Chinese culture. So usually what happens then, it's discovered that there's no agreeability. Like, there's only dogma. Yeah, there's this dogma. And so I technically have talked to a bunch of people. It's not like I was in a relationship for very long. Or what you would call a relationship, I suppose. Yeah, it is really interesting to see other cultures' point of view. Your type is a human? I like to believe it's a human. It might be air and spirit. Human spirit, maybe. I genuinely don't mind thinking that I, you know, live the rest of my life alone. So it's a gift. To me, having companionship is a gift. I know a lot of people say like people deserve love, right? I do agree with that. Everyone deserves love. The thing is though, love is still a gift, right? So if you ever have friends, family, and even a loved one, it's a gift. It's not a right or a liberty. From the outside, like what John Green would say is everyone deserves love. And I hope that that continues to stay true, right? You don't got no type, right? I don't even know who that is. Wait, let me see. Ray, really? Drama? I'm really not that cultured. I'm really not that cultured about these things. Okay. American hip-hop duo, huh? It's a rapper. Yeah, I just noticed. Some people are built different. Oh, this daughter of this doctor I go to kind of stuff. Yes. Or your older uncle works with someone who's very cute and successful and have a good name, and their family is doing well. There's no strife in their family. That type of thing. It still it still happens all the time, and it's normal despite what, you know, there's conflicting cultural practices. Like Indian couples still do that. Especially second generation Indian couples. Like American. We're talking about like Indian Americans and not Native Americans, Indian Americans, and like Eastern multi-generational. There's still like that type of thing, like networking and matchmaking still happens. Is wealthy also a requirement in your parents' mind, or are they more easygoing in that? I'm the man. So if you like, I know someone's gonna say, "Oh, that sounds so misogynistic or patriarchal." It's like we have to keep in mind cultural sensitivity goes both ways. I'm financially secure, so there's no necessarily need for my partner to be wealthy. So we have to take into account gender roles. But for me, if you're asking like my Western side, it's like I'd rather be a house husband. I joke about this all the time, but I'd rather be the person taking care of the children. So like if somehow like the second gen or like the 1.5 gen female that like through that network, I'd rather be a house husband. Like I want to make food. I want to cook and, you know, do things for my, like the housework stuff. Like I'm okay with that. But that's more of a westernized thing. So the first topic would be probably, he's like, get a job. I want to stay home. Yeah. Like I want to change the baby's diaper. Like I want to like be the person who like follows my wife around, if I had a wife, around at her work, but I would be taking care of the child and then showing how cool, you know, my spouse is. That's fine. But that's westernized. That's like that's the millennial generation in the United States. Like it's okay to do different things and progressively change and adapt to the differences. However, my parents don't typically network like that. So whenever I meet someone or like when I talk to that person would say like, what kind of job do you have? And then I would immediately say, I'm not employed right now. And they're like, oh, that's weird. You're like a loser then. I'm like, no, I'm not a loser. What if I told you I didn't need to work anymore? And then they'd be like, but then you still be a loser because you don't work. You're a lazy person who doesn't contribute to society. You remember, this is a cultural thing. So the reason why you work is not specifically just for wealth. It is also integrity and morals. A man, quote unquote, a husband that doesn't work is like not prideful, like it's not good. It's a reflection on their character. So what would happen in these situations? I would immediately get a job, and then we would have less of these conversations. I would immediately get a job. So like if I bump into someone who's agreeable and whatnot, and we found an agreement, I don't mind getting a job. Like that's what you do in those situations. You do everything to make your companion happy. It sounds old-fashioned. It sounds like the 60s and 70s in the United States, but it's also the traditional setup in Chinese. The husband, however misogynistic or chivalrous or whatever you want to call this, the husband is responsible for making everything possible for the wife to be happy. And then the wife is expected to do all the other things, you know, have children, take care of the house and stuff. So these roles are very consistent because then there's no arguments. There are no like conflicts of interest. You enter matrimony and pairing because there's no question of the splitting of roles. Splitting of roles create codependency, and that codependency keeps the marriage strong. Like there's no options. You're not optionally saying, well, I don't really need you because you have a role that's redundant with me. So, and hear me out, we won't use marriage for the respect of other people's interpretation of what marriage is. You can see it like this. If you have no obligation to learn a language, then you can always choose not to learn it. You are not dependent on a language you must learn. So when you become dependent and absolutely obligated to learn a language, most humans follow through most of the time. So in a marriage in which the gender roles are disproportionate, like they are segregated, they are obligated to follow through with their best of their ability. That's one of the core foundations of what makes traditional marriages in China and in Japan, when it does happen, unbreakable, because you can't substitute for those. You are locked into a role that you are dependent on that. I'm not anymore, because I grew up in Western society and I'm someone who says, well, okay, well, I don't want to be the limiting factor. So if my companion wants to go and get a job and they want to do whatever they want, I will compliment it, because I was raised in two different cultures. I was raised to be flexible and know that gender roles are not constructively the strength of being multicultural and the strength of being knowledgeable and living in different cultures is that I can handle and adapt to most of them sufficiently. So if I didn't, I would be unsuccessful. Either my parents would disown me, or I run away from home, or I get adopted by another family that belongs to a different culture. So that's kind of where my life is right now. If you wanted to hear from a person in my perspective, right? Being successful in two different cultures or more than one culture also means that it doesn't matter which one it is. It doesn't matter what the other person does. I can be agreeable in it. I can find happiness being a house husband. I can find happiness being the breadwinner. It's either or. Oftentimes, people reject one of them so that it becomes easier, right? When you're a multicultural person, you can choose to reject one, and it becomes easier because all the things don't conflict anymore. Like, I could ham my way and just reject everything about what American culture has taught me and embrace it as though it's a traditional Chinese culture, right? Then I'll always have an uphill battle against people who keep calling me American, even though I want to be Chinese. That's not the life that I ended up embracing. I ended up embracing, if you call me an American, I'll behave like an American. If you call me a Chinese person, I'll try to behave like a Chinese person. That's being agreeable. It's kind of like halfway meeting being like what Chinese people do in a face culture, and then so on. Like, if a Chinese person calls me American, I'm not out there to correct them. That would embarrass them, right? It's a face culture. If a Chinese person calls me American, I'm like, that is correct. I was born in the United States. Tell me about Chinese. Tell me about Chinese people. When an American calls me Chinese, I have the option to tell them, oh yeah, I'm from New York, by the way. Like, oh, hey, how's New York? Then we talk about New York. And then I'll tell them about what makes me Chinese still, right? From my heritage. Those are the two different things. An American understands that despite assuming something, and then someone can kindly, interject and contrast to them, they're not like intentionally, like, it's not irreversible disagreement or embarrassment. It's something that's normal part of American lifestyle. You talk about people's heritages. You focus on that. But that doesn't mean you can't be wrong about it. And it's a normal act. When a Chinese person comes up to me and say I'm American, and I'm like, oh no, I'm actually Chinese, that is embarrassing. That is something that you do not fight back on. You try to either demonstrate it indirectly or have the person realize it themselves. So you don't go and say, oh no, but I'm actually Chinese. It's kind of like the same thing as, you might be thinking, okay, well, we keep using Eastern culture. What was another example? Calling American pizza Italian. there are other monocultural places in the world that has the same double standard. Derivative stuff is often never called the place of its heritage. It's one of the biggest frictions between the normalized behavior of Americans versus like the immigration origins of monocultural places. Italy is a very, very prominent one. The only reason I use Italy is not like I have a beef with Italy. I just happen to have one of the most exposures with other Italians and Italian internationals that interact with Italian immigrants, Italian Americans, because I grew up in New York. So New York has a lot of Italian immigrants, and they often talk about these same stories, and because they're multicultural and not Italian. And then you can find all of these examples when you're learning a language, right? Learning a language, making food, it comes up. When you're an American, you will engage in these conversations if you happen to be multinational. If you're multi-generational, then you're having like the Italian versus American arguments, or the British versus American argument. I'm not part of that argument. I'm neither, most of the time. Like, I'm whatever they think I am. An American usually think I'm Chinese. A British person probably think I'm American. Like, more British people think I'm American than I am Chinese. So, Australians, I haven't really gotten a like good representation of Australian. I know that the Kiwis, when I was 21, when I went to New Zealand, most of them treat me like American, not a Chinese person, despite their close, proximity to like Asian Islanders and Pacific Islanders. Rarely was someone said like, "Oh, hey, you're Chinese." Like, no, they think I'm American. So it doesn't hurt my feelings, in my opinion, because I understand where they're coming from. Like, that's what makes it really nice, agreeable. Agreeability comes from understanding these things. And I always usually find a way in, right? When you find a way in, then you can tell them the details. And this is what I'm doing here. Like, we can talk about these details because we've already discussed far enough, so I'm not like trying to overtly offend you or in any way. At least I hope I'm not offending anyone here that already has discussed it. He changed his mind with the recent news in Australia. He is now like, stay at home and be safe. Yeah. Like, there are things that I still do. Xing Xing, and he did the exact thing that I would do too. The moment I find that one of my family members or my significant other or someone attached to me that would have like safety issues or like something, I would put them first. That's traditional, like, that's traditional values no matter what. I always put my family and the people I care about most before me. That's hands down. So whatever, like, all like that other flexibility, I would probably argue and put my foot down if the safety of anyone and like the health, right? The health as well, right? Health, safety, potential dangers, I would put myself first. That is something that I will not abandon from my parents. I would never, like that, never myself first. It's never myself first. That's something that was very hard for me to learn in certain cases. Like professional career. In the United States, one of the roughest things that I find, especially when I talk to like international Chinese students, and like I've never encountered too many international Japanese students, but usually it's Chinese students. It's very difficult for them to adapt to the idea that they have to shine. You have to stick out, draw attention to yourself. And that also means caring about yourself and not how others, like, caring about yourself, but not how your colleagues feel about you showing off. So I learned that very quick when I left the nest. When I left my parents' nest, right? I know that sounded a little redundant, but in the United States, you could be leaving from multiple nests. It's not assumed that it's always from your biological parents' nest. It could be a step parent and whatnot. So that's my habit of saying parents' nest. You have to stick out. So I learned that very, very early on. And that does promote that sensibility of it's my happiness that I care about, not my family's happiness. So like when you think of infidelity and you think of other opportunities, it enables that. And I'm I'm incredibly biased towards putting other people first, largely because it's inherited from my parents' sacrifice. So I typically choose sacrifice at all times. This is why streaming is a constant conflict of interest with other people. Like, I don't stream because streaming doesn't make me feel good because I'm getting clout. Streaming feels good because I'm making a sacrifice. It sounds almost masochistic, but the sacrifice is what makes it rewarding. Bleeding hearts is rewarding. It's what you do for your community. It's what you do for the society that you live in. I still live in a society that could care less, honestly. Like, it's just far blunted. I understand that, like online is just people who are suffering and they're trying to help themselves, right? It's about narcissism, so trying to get some self-love and affirmation and stuff. I totally understand that. You don't have to pity me about that. People can take whatever they can take. Sacrifice is what makes it feel good. That's what my parents find rewarding. They sacrificed everything for their family, and that's why they can live happily and find like they've done a lot. And so can I. That's what I do. So oftentimes people are like, oh, but aren't you afraid that, and like, aren't you worried that people will take advantage of you, or like no one cares about you and stuff? Like, no, because that's the whole point. I'm giving it freely. And the harder I try giving freely makes me feel good until, someone else more important comes into my life, right? If I have a significant other, there's no guarantee I could just stop streaming, period. Because I need to do something. I always, one of the things, in fact, a Western person said this. They're like a Catholic, like psychologist person. One of the 3 qualities of a very successful and happy person, the number 3 one is finding what your meaning in life is. And one of the meaning in life is doing something with your life, as in you do something that contributes to the development of other things. That's one thing that is probably number 1 in Chinese values and in Japanese values. You make yourself useful to everyone else. You can suffer and work really hard, but the thing is, the suffering comes with the reward. You are contributing to something else. So despite no one caring, like people like take and then they leave and stuff, it doesn't stop me from doing it. It's the most rewarding thing I can ever do in my life. That's what I've been doing since I was smart enough and healthy enough to say, I'm okay. I'm going to be okay. That was when I was like 16 or 17 years old. I was kind of okay then. When I went to college, I was so okay. I started being really okay. So I just took everything in. And now I'm super okay. So now I spend most of my time, like, I'm finally realizing what I can do. I spend most of my time, sacrifice most of my time, my personal interest, and like anything that I personally like or desire, it's not that important, really. It's finding out what is important to other people and helping them get it. That is the biggest reward ever. That's why I love teaching. When I was like 16 or something, I had underclassmen. I help underclassmen. When I was in college, I find other ways to help anyone who's below me, like people who have less opportunities. That's kind of the greatest blend between like the Chinese values I have and the American values I have. The United States is a welfare state. Like, it goes without saying, it's kind of, the United States have like it makes fun of itself, like those who know finances and stuff, and foreigners who look in on the United States. The United States is a welfare state, and that means that in the like for me, I like to coddle. I'm a nurturing person, right? Because American values. But at the same time, it blends really well with the well-adjusted Chinese person. Now, I'm not talking about people who take advantage of me. Like, that's their own prerogative. They can be as scummy and like scammery as they want, but for myself, my personal integrity is what makes me happy. So, growing up in a welfare state, have a lot of people who are going to take advantage of that, but it still makes me feel good to do it anyways. And that's kind of where my parents kind of have that issue too. Like, for example, the same people would like steal from my parents' restaurant again and again, but they would do their best to continue working. Like, because it's the sacrifice, the vision that they're working on. They don't let someone like, oh, great, we should shut down, our world is going to end because some desperate kids decide, oh, it's an easy target because my parents are nice, and they just steal stuff. It's like, well, it happened. So you continue, you go on, you keep doing the things. And that's very much like this, which is like, the last 3 days we were talking about that guy who thinks that I self-pity myself and I don't do anything about it, and I'm unhappy to fill a hole in my heart. That's the same reason. I don't pity that guy. I'm concerned about what I could have done for that guy or something like that, but I don't pity him. Just like I don't pity myself. That guy is angry. He wanted some way to vent his frustration. That's perfectly all right. It's part of life. There are people who suffer, who project, who work on different things. Personally, I don't mind being a punching bag for someone else's well-being. Until someone more important comes along, or something more important comes along, it's indiscriminate. So, as a personal disclaimer, if I just suddenly disappear one day, it's probably because someone who loves me or someone who wants me also wants my attention. And that's one of those things that are priceless. Anyways, you're glad he said that because it shows kind of how he will treat your kids. Yep. Exactly. He would do anything for you. Isn't that fantastic? It sounds misogynistic to like people who have things for granted though. Like, oh, but I could do all this thing. He like, you can bend all of these things in a different perspective from a different culture. But for me, that's what I expect from my Chinese values. The like, I know that some people might find this a little off-putting, but the husband is expected as a gender role to do everything for their family. That's what I inherited from my parents, and that's why I was so strongly providing a different perspective on the fidelity of family unit. Chinese are so strong in the idea that these roles are kept because in the long run, like when you reflect upon these things, it actually ends up working out really well. They weren't like just magically, they didn't magically just happen because of random chance is what I'm saying. Like these units, the conditioning and like the legacy of all these traditional values and balances, they're really complicated, complicatedly intertwined. So picking and cherry picking very specific aspects of each and every culture because you don't like it is kind of what it feels like on the internet right now. Like, oh, the US does this, meanwhile Japan does this. I'm like, yeah, that's cherry picking. Like you legitimately didn't contextualize. The irony is you didn't even contextualize what those comparisons were. You know? It's interesting. And I'm glad you found your I'm happy to hear that your fiance is like Superman. I think whenever I talk, like, hear me out, Sing Sing. I don't typically hear people who are happy with their relationships. Like what I mean is typically the people that end up confiding in me or like talking, it's not just like when it's not Gen Z, they're maybe too young to get married and all that stuff. Typically when people talk about relationships, they typically talk about bad things, like, or ambivalent things, miscommunication. And it's not because I don't look for them, I actually do. So it's kind of very refreshing to hear when occasionally someone stops by who has like a very healthy relationship. Like, it actually takes me aback. I actually get really excited occasionally when someone says, oh yeah, my dad's really cool, like I'm gonna go and hang out with my dad, go fishing, and this would be like some 19-year-old. It's like, oh yeah, summer vacation, like this kid isn't gonna hide alone in the room and hating his parents. Instead they would say like, oh yeah, my dad and I were gonna go out and go fishing for a week. You don't hear that anymore. Like around the situation that I hate myself, right? The availability of my discussions typically are kids who are estranged from their parents, and then they're estranged from a network of friends. And then when it gets even older, it's abusive, potentially mutually accepting and tolerant abusive relationships. Not abusive in the sense of actively hurting each other. It's more like neglect, mutual neglect. Like they're in a relationship in which there isn't love being exchanged, there isn't compassion being exchanged, and then they're like indirectly finding compassion elsewhere. And it's kind of a bleeding heart situation. This is one of those things, like, what if there weren't people like that? Then I wouldn't have anything to do, right? If you want to view it that way. But since those are so plentiful, the vast majority of my time is hearing people suffering, like all day, like, and my heart bleeds for them because I don't have billions of dollars and I don't have like a secret magic switch or something. Like, hey, you know what? It sounds like one of the biggest problems you have is money problems. Here, I can make it happen. I can't. Like, those are the things I can't do. And it hurts, but that doesn't stop me from trying to do other things, right? I think the last 4 or 5 years, come and go, vast majority of people are really upset. They're upset people of all different ages. I think the hardest ones are the older ones. And I rarely, like, for the record, I rarely encounter older people, like people who are older than me, for example. I usually encounter people who are younger than me, and they belong to a different culture, and they belong to a very specific different culture, not a multicultural background. The rare multicultural person I meet, most of them are well adjusted because they've already went through life with so many things that they overcome, and they've been exposed to many things, so they make it work.
usually it's a combination of good and bad stuff. When I say something negative, they say something positive. When they say something negative, I say something positive. Right? That's it's one of those things that I treasure people that I encounter who are agreeable, because when you're down, they'll bring you back up. When they're down, you'll bring them back up. That's what it means to be someone who is cultured. And usually the ones that are suffering, they don't see it any other way. So naturally you would find someone who has a different perspective attractive to talk to, because it can give hopefulness and whatnot. And then when they're really positive, then they could find me very sobering, as in it could help them, push them to do better, because when they're having a good life, they might not have it as good as they think. That's usually where I sit. So when I meet a really positive monocultural person, I'm a pessimist. When I meet someone who is a really poorly adjusted monocultural person, I'm an optimist. But I'm not really being either or intentionally. I'm offering a different perspective, and usually the different perspective contrasts with the current person's perspective. How do you get someone to apply more? You bring them down to the ground, right? You bring them back down. You imply, you try to tackle their hubris, their humility, right? Try to elevate their ability to want to do more. And then when someone's down, you pick them back up, right? You try to boost them, give them an opportunity to seek more. So it's usually I'm always the bad guy, and not that people say that, oh, you're really bad. I'm usually playing devil's advocate, the contrarian, and that's a way to encourage people. You try to flip their mindset, and I do that most of the time. 90% of the time, I'm the contrarian. I'm the person who will often not directly agree with you, but I'll try to do it in a way that is understandable, so that I'm not like telling you, no, you're wrong. It's more like, hey, it could be different. And that different could be everything you need, or everything you want, or it could be the start of the thing that can change your life. Your communication has been one of your top priorities, as well as mutual respect, since the beginning, especially since we're long distance for 3 years. Oh, I see. Welcome back, drama. Anyways, it was nice. Today was supposed to be a short session, so we got some good discussions in. I was going to try to finish. I'm almost done here. Like, I was getting near the end, and I was going to close up today, so it was nice. I think this time is a really excellent time to like chit chat about these things. My original intent was to do this normally. Like, in the last 7 years, the idea was to like talk about these things most of the time, and that kind of fall by the wayside because there's just not enough people who care. So so since I don't work professionally, I don't have a license or like any credibility in this situation, I don't want to make it like I'm a guru or some sort of self-proclaimed expert. So typically then what I do is I play video games and I do language learning and other stuff while having the opportunity to do this. So I don't know if I bamboozled you guys or bait and switch. I think Drama and Xing Xing and maybe even James and a lot of people say this a lot of times. It's like they were expecting something, but really the thing they were unexpecting, like the thing that you were expecting, was not my intent. Like, that was not the purpose of the stream. The purpose of the stream is to talk about these. Like, doing language learning and stuff, that's neat. That's me doing things and trying to get closer to other people, right? Like, to find more skills that I can use to relate to other people. So I'm learning Chinese and learning Japanese because it's kind of trendy. And because it's kind of trendy, there's a chance that I can meet other people, and then we talk about more than that. So I play video games because there's an opportunity that I can meet other people. I'm selecting for very particular things, by the way. I participate in particular activities that would draw a chance to talk to people, and that allows me to work on my communication skills. So all of these stories, my ability to go in and out endless, tireless hours, are because the whole point of streaming was to give out communication opportunities. Communication opportunities, problem solving, critical thinking skills, challenges of the mind, and personal lifestyle choices. It can start with language learning. However, it's not about being fluent in Chinese and being fluent in Japanese that I want to impart on people. Is how do you learn, keep on learning through problem solving and critical thinking, because that is necessary. Those are really important skills to have effective communication skills, habits, happiness, relationships. And I genuinely do think the narrative of this current generation being one of the loneliest generations, it's very true. In my opinion, it's like there's so much converging evidence on this online. We're talking about online Gen Zs, not those who are unaccounted for, right? Like I can't possibly know who's unaccounted for if you're not online, right? I don't have the raw data for that. So generally speaking, this is my excuse, I suppose. This is my bait and switch. If I'm gonna concede to misleading people, the gaming, like the learning content, is the mislead. This stuff you can do at any time. Become proficient in Chinese, become proficient in Japanese. If you understand learning, communication skills, problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, maybe even some emotional intelligence, this stuff is trivial in my opinion. And I know that that's going to get me into hot waters when someone says, oh yeah, but that's not true. Having vast quantities of wafts of knowledge, like scientific knowledge and stuff, will get you really far. It probably will, for sure. But it wouldn't give you the confidence when all of that changes. Like when someone says like, but don't you have a PhD? Yeah, that's exactly what a PhD stands for. To me, you solve problems. You can adapt to mostly everything. Like the comforting feeling that you give other people when they talk to you is coming from that. It's not coming from knowing like the hippocampus is the control of your emotional network, which leads into your like endocrine system, which squirts out a bunch of hormones that make you feel good. That information that's not going to breed any confidence. Your confidence is that you know you can make it work. So when someone asks you a question, you know how to answer it. That is the power of being someone who is well adjusted, not the millions of facts that Gemini can remember for you. Like, I don't care if it makes you upset that you're never going to be native like in Japanese. There's technology for that. They will spit out information for you. I do care that you like using and connecting with other people who speak Japanese, and that you like to do that, because that's the human component. It's not the semantics of things. That those things are tenuous. They're like, if Gemini can do it, it's not humanistic. Like, it has very few value. So when you're saying you're having fun learning a language, and you're also having you're struggling and you're sharing like anger with another person because you're learning Japanese, that is the most important thing. That's what gives life meaning, in my opinion. Those are the bigger parts of meaning. PhD, MAKU PhD. Okay, all right, drama. Listen, that's our inside joke, all right? You like talks like this? It's interesting to see other humans, their POV on things. Me too. That's why I ask each day. Like, hey, how are you? How do you feel today? Like, oh, what are your thoughts about your vacation coming up soon? You gather enough POVs, you can feel confident in far more things. Like, when someone, like, I'll concede some stuff. What are things I'm not confident in? Like, if someone is gonna ask me, like, what about someone who gave up on life? I don't know what to do about that yet. I still, like, there are very different situations that I don't think any human is very well equipped to do, and that's one of them. So whenever someone comes up to me and say they gave up, I'm like, what do I do now? I would try to find a lot of people who can do something about it, right? Or at least that's the least I can do. So for now, I think 90% of the time, I can probably convince you to try something. If you give, like, it's not professional. Like, I don't want to say I can do this professionally or give you a guarantee. But I would say if someone is feeling really bad and I got like 4 or 5 hours, I could at least make them feel less bad. And I want that to be better. So nowadays, like, every single day I stream and I meet a new stranger, it's like, all right, let's go and work on this. How could I get better and better and faster at making people feel less bad by knowing more and more types of people, so then I can get right to the chase without them knowing. So that's the ultimate goal for, like, the rest of my life, really. It's teaching. That's part of teaching. The first thing a person comes up to a teacher, what are they trying to expect? They're trying to make them feel less stupid, right? Like, if someone comes up to you and says, oh, I'm sorry, but I don't understand this. It's like they're feeling stupid. Like, they're feeling like they're lost. A teacher is responsible for trying to set them, move them in a direction that they can then flourish on their own. So it's not too far from teaching in all of this. Yeah. Xing Xing is working with mother-in-law with the whole Vietnamese thing. A drama might be interested in all the other languages, Xing Xing. And then I'm gonna finish this and then we're gonna wrap it up. Alright, so yeah, I think drama might be interested in wondering if you have other languages, which you shared with me already. Let me get the list. Drama is multilingual too, so drama has multiple languages. Just list ones you don't know. Gotta be easier. Xing Xing has a interesting background, like lots of like language background, so then no list. Oh, you guys. All right, let's see. George Costanza, bathroom. No, James Bond, bathroom. Pawn shop. Oh, this is where he got a bunch of stuff, right? So he was got a bunch of stuff that he made a bottle of like a new toxin with a burner he got in order to dip the turkey food that he's gonna bring, and some flowers that he's gonna bring to a banquet later for his mission. Yeah, all those languages. You guys can speak German together. I mean, drama is German. We can also Japanese. Drama is Japanesing it up too. You refuse? Oh, we already talked about the whole German thing, which is funny. Because drama just happens to be German. Okay. Let's see. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the beach house. And what is he doing in the bathroom? Oh, he's witnessing. He's playing along with a wolf and a poodle. And he threw in the bathtub, and he threw in a shellfish to watch them fight over it. Then the wolf started chasing him around in an act of confusion, right? Or panic, and Bart panically ran away. Right. We need both of them. Then we have the Hulk, who's in the auditorium. Oh, this is where he's crafty, because he's cleaning up. He's helping cleaning up the auditorium for an Avenger premiere, and then he thought bringing a poodle around to have the poodle, a super poodle, chow down on all the bones that were left over from the concession stand. German and French are two languages. Okay, so it looks like Drama knows Dutch. You learned some words through music. Oh, I am not gonna attempt to read those. Okay. Gwen rolling. Gwen. What was rough with Gwen? I think the spray part is pretty rough. Then we have the lid. And what I think are legs. And then the mouth. And then the dress. Gwen. Roll to roll. Please don't. He is saying nonsense. JK. Oh, he's talking about trains. I see. I do see the locomotive part. So that does give away the train part. Oh, is the first thing this is that like this is a train locomotive? And then the rest doesn't make any sense. All right. That's literally just German pronounced weird. Oh no. Listen, Drama. You might stir up some controversy here. You might stir up some controversy. You gotta be careful here. This is a different train. We are searching for first class. Oh, I see. German is angry Dutch anyway. Okay, I see how you guys are interacting with each other. I like this. I'm getting a lot of notes of how Germans interact with Dutch. Thank you. This is very culturally informative. I know that sounded a little neutral, but I kind of always wondered. Now we just gotta throw in like, who needs to be part of this like trifecta? Do we throw in a French person? Wait, do I know a French person? Oh, I don't at the moment. If Gecko is around, we could throw in a Belgian. French Belgium. What about a French Belgium? Belgian. Well, how about that? Gecko is like a family man though. Like he doesn't show up very often in around this time frame. He's usually like normal hour person. Oh, traitors. Oh no. Yeah, he's on the French side. French side, Belgian. At least that's the way he described it to me. But he has a particular interest in the US culture, so that we were really brought together with that. And he does Japanese. May work on Chinese moving forward. What is that? What does that word mean? What is that? Dutch Belgium is our best friend. Dutch Belgium. I see. All right, we gotta work on this. Luxembourg people are cool too. I at least I know my geography to know what you're talking about. It's another musician. I see. Dutch? French, get out. No, you can't say that. Bree's into French. And we might learn French sometime. Then we can speak French together. No? Oh, a Dutch musician? I see. Sorry, I'm not cultured enough to know who that is. It's okay, they're cool. Okay. I know more French people, like in like from the United States, like across my life in the United States, than I know Dutch. I think I might have met 2, and then Germans. Yeah, probably tied. I'm from a state that a German. Are you familiar with Pennsylvanian Dutch? Like the phrase Pennsylvanian Dutch? Oh no, Aussie internet is crashing. Actually, Drama, are you familiar with the phrase Pennsylvanian Dutch, who are Germans? It's kind of humorous that you two are talking about Dutch and German, but in the state of Pennsylvania, right? In the state of Pennsylvania, there's this thing called Pennsylvanian Dutch. And I can't tell you why anymore. I would have to look it up again. Why they're like Pennsylvanian Dutch. But Pennsylvanian Dutch is referring to people of German descent. You've seen a video on them? Okay. Yeah, this is why like Dutch and German often comes up, like the conversation. And I don't know if it's a coincidence. I don't know why that is the thing. But when it comes to like Dutch and Germans, they do inherently interact with, and from my personal experience, to Americans. So is it a coincidence? I don't know. You can spin your tinfoil hat or something if there's something involved. And I coincidentally am from a region that those things are related. So I have no idea what it is about it, but it happens. And you might be thinking, oh, but that's because historically they're conflicting countries. So I don't know what it is about the whole like Dutch, German, and the northeast of the United States, but it coincidentally happens a lot. I might be reading too much into this. Over my lifetime, this is definitely German. My best friends, like my brothers from another mother, they are presumably multi-generationally descent from German. Their parents are Americans too, but I think the generation, they were immigrants from that. So I've been surrounded by people who would look very German, without saying like a better phrase, but they look German. Like they don't share, like they're not black hair or brunettes. They're like brownish, blondish, and like you could, if they didn't open with an English accent, like an American accent, they could probably qualify for German. Like a large majority of my acquaintances look like they're more or less German. Interesting. The state that Pennsylvania has one of the highest descendants, one of the largest descendants from Germany. And then I was born in a state that the city has a high concentration of Chinese, very specifically southeastern Chinese. Yeah, fun times. Oh, welcome back, Sing Sing. We were just talking poorly about Australians the whole time. It's okay, it's not worth repeating. Sorry that you missed it. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You know. You know. Alright. I don't like this. This thing doesn't work. Like, as expected. Goofy is in a basement of the infirmary. He was told by word of mouth. Yeah, he was. No. Oh, yeah, we can't. We have to make it about Goofy's mouth. Alright, let's just. I can rewrite this. I know what the mnemonic is now already. So, Goofy is in the basement of the infirmary. He is rolling around because he ate, you know, he put a disgusting, he put a sharp fin out of curiosity, or in his mouth out of curiosity. The nurses was in the basement trying to dress his hurt mouth and like spray disinfectant, right? Spraying disinfectant is hurt mouth by spraying disinfectant and dressing. Okay. Trying to treat his hurt mouth by spraying disinfectant and dressing it with bandages. But he keeps rolling around like a goofball. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay. Alright, guys. Peeps and gents, it's always been a pleasure to throw the yaps around. Really appreciate it. Got some really useful information, you know. I was gonna say something and I completely lost the train of thought. Probably come up another time. It was nice. It was nice. It definitely won't be the last time we talk about these topics, especially when we're playing games that are multicultural, right? I do have a very big predilection for yapping about video games, and once December, like, I only have another month or two before we go into video game mode again, and most of the video games that I play definitely deals with talking about cultural stuff, like cultural portrayals. It would be kind of fun to, you know, wishful thinking, have more mainstay. This stuff is not really that interesting. People don't like resonating with cultures that vicariously. Typically, kind of like when you're watching Disney films and all that stuff, people really genuinely prefer it that it's something they already resonate with, as opposed to trying to resonate with other things. I typically do the opposite. I think it's incredibly interesting to play video games, learn another language, talk to other people, because the struggle to try to learn and understand the other person's perspective is incredibly rewarding to me. I think it's very, quote unquote, personally, very boring to spend my free time confirming all the things I already know about myself and of the things I do. Like, science is what kept that thirst for curiosity intact. Since I don't work in science anymore, and I don't have like a significant other or someone to like spend all my time trying to learn more things, this is it. This is what we do. I spiel and yap and try to wring out some interesting things from other people, or participate in other things. I had a new show that I might look at. Shirokuma Cafe. Apparently, it's really cute. It looks really cute. James said they started watching that yesterday. Might give it a go. It's a polar bear. I like polar bears. And there's a panda in it and a penguin. What more can you what more can you ask for? Maybe a kangaroo, maybe? Sorry. Aussie, low hanging fruit Aussie joke. Yeah, slice of life anime. Animals, yeah. Aminos. Aminos, it's a slice of life things. So you guys could also watch it if you want to practice your Japanese and all that, but it looks interesting. It's cute. It's a slice of life slapstick thing. It seems like that's what James gravitates towards, so I'm trying to get into that little mindset. He said it was really good, super funny, and pretty easy to understand. Feel free sharing what he shared earlier. Right, so that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Let me know what you think. Give it a try, right? Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Drama, Xing Xing, always a pleasure. Bye bye.